So let's see. Okay. All right. So, all right. Okay. Oh. Wow.
Sounds like a
wow.
real morning question.
Oof. Yeah. Goddamn. Okay.
Happy Saturday. Lay it on us. Let's go.
I'm just trying to parse this into a Dungeons and Dragons scenario because this is a modern day difficult question. It's a moral dilemma. All right. So you're an adventurer. You arrive at the scene of a bandit attack. When you arrive, you see that trapped beneath the turned-over wagon, the wagon that's currently on fire, is your spouse. When you run over to check, you see that next to her, also trapped beneath the wagon, is or them, excuse me. So your partner, and they're with another person. When your partner sees you, although barely conscious, they mouth the words, "I'm sorry." And that's when it all hits you that the person next to them is the person that you suspected and I guess are confirming they were having an affair with.
Oh, shit.
You reel back in shock, devastated by what her eyes and words have made clear to you. As you step back, the flaming debris comes into focus. You see that your partner is seriously hurt and they need help immediately. Even if they get help, there's a very high chance that they'll die. You look at the person next to her, their lover. They're bleeding heavily from a wound to the neck, and you need to stem the flow of blood immediately. It will only take 5 minutes of aid to save them, but that will cost your wife their life, or your partner. So you could tend to your partner. However, the person they're having an affair with will bleed to death, despite the fact that it could have been avoided. So who would you save, or would you not save either of them? Okay.
May I ask
so
how these questions are generated again?
I think him and somebody else just sit there and they think about all the worst things they could ask us.
Oh no, we let other people do that, but then we look for them on the internet. So, I'd say normally we do a recap and then we answer. But I don't know. Does somebody want to answer right now while the question's still fresh? I mean, I can succinctly sum it up pretty easily.
Answer.
Okay.
So
Thanlin, in this timeline, you and the captain. All this is behind you. You've settled in. You're happy. You got 3 kids together. You have a wonderful life. Everything's great. And then you stumble upon this scene.
Why?
In this timeline, horse and donkey is like your best friend.
No. Donkey's a unicorn in this timeline, which is worse.
Oh yeah. So that's the situation. What's the deal? I feel like we could even go further in Walking Dead this shit, and the person next to her is your best friend. There we go. We'll make it even harder.
Are you telling me Guy isn't sleeping with the captain?
No. That's too predictable. That's too predictable. We'll say it was Jerk Bandit.
We've made this.
Jerk Bandit.
Oh shit.
Okay. All right.
Jerk? No, that's even worse.
Yeah. Jerk's feelings got packed away in a box a long time ago, so he could survive the horrors of the Feywild. So he just went on instinct, baby. All right. So what's the decision here?
This just keeps getting worse.
Save your wife. Save your friend who's having an affair with your wife. Walk away.
I've seen Jerk take many hits, and I've seen him get back up from them. So, Phelan would be selfish to try and help Serana out.
Okay.
Because he does believe, despite the betrayal, that Jerk will succeed in his endeavor.
I see. Okay. Even
he'll be extremely frustrated and pissed, but he'll still believe in Jerk to help himself out.
Okay, even though your wife is a fighter and has Indomitable, and he's just a ranger. Okay, I got you. Okay.
This is based on emotional
reaction,
right.
Okay. Yeah, no, I got it. Okay. So I'm impressed. So you would have enough forgiveness in your heart to save her.
Yes, I would.
And then you would justify your actions based on how tough Jert was. Okay.
Look, in this timeline, we already went past this adventure, so I'm pretty sure he's okay.
Okay. Wow.
That's a good guy.
Okay. Beautiful. Who would you like to ask? Any NPC that you have met before?
You know what? I'm going to ask, what's that shopkeeper's name? The one who sponsored us? Jared?
Can't go for Jared. Can't go for Jared. We know her answer. We know her answer.
I'm just saying.
She'll walk up and kill them faster.
You know what? You're right. We already know that answer. Okay, how about Sasha?
Ooh.
Oh. Would that mean that Layla is trapped?
Oh God.
Well, I mean, we don't know exactly how the future plays out. Yeah. All right.
She has a partner.
Okay. So, man, I think.
Listen,
Sasha...
this is some dream she's having. In this dream, it's clearly me because she idolizes me.
Okay, fair enough. Here's the thing. Sasha comes from the classic troubled rogue background. You know, orphan into street urchin into low level, kid pickpocket into hired thug. Now she's sort of like reformed adventurer ? But those instincts are still there. Those look out for yourself instincts. But also there's a passion there, a bit of a selfish passion that the world's never given her anything nice. She's had to take everything that she had. She finally had something nice, and then it betrayed her and tried to get away. I think she would, using fast hands, throw a flask of oil onto the burning wagon to make it go faster.
Oh, I respect that.
That is not where I expect that to go.
Yeah, me neither.
All right.
Then you would not have liked Barnabas's answer.
Yeah. All right. So now
that every week.
What was the question?
I was gonna say he says that every week. Like you wouldn't like Barnabas's answer. Like we have to scare it every time now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call him a good person.
Fanlin, go ahead and take your Faxpiration die for this session. Everybody is level 5 now, right? Everyone's level 5 now. That sounds right.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then who would like to do a recap so we can jump into this shit?
I can do the recap.
You do the recap?
Yep.
All right, give it to us.
All right. Well, last time on Red Hand of Doom, I don't even know why that's the title of this. So we had just slain the Hydra alongside our new companion ? Jor the dog. We were starting to kind of carve it up and noticed that there was a couple of resources that really need to be divvied out before they went bad. So as a group, we decided that Fanlin, being the honorable bulwark of our offense there, would take the Hydra heart, since he got, as the halflings say, fucked up pretty badly. While that was going on, we decided to take a little bit of a short rest and plan out what our next moves were. Having Layla summon a owl, she decided to send it forward to scout ahead the so-called keep that Jor had mentioned to us. It did a little bit of a flyby, and when it came back, it reported that there were a number of figures there, from small green-like individuals to more larger red-skinned individuals to even larger, hairier individuals with long arms. We decided it's probably best to not tackle it just yet, but to rest up. They had to form a plan before we head on in. So we went back to Jor's place, took a long rest. We decided that we would split up into two groups. Team Nature plus honorary member Barnabas would go ahead and scout out the keep, trying to see what we can determine about what forces they had, also about some other things that we think may be there, but we're not 100% sure. While Guy, Thanlin, and Sasha, and accompanied by Jor, would head back to Drellin's Ferry to kind of warn them that there is something occupying the nearby keep. So, Team Nature heads up the pathway, back past where we had slain the Hydra. There was a troll there. We ignored it. It seemed like it was having its jolly old time. No need to bother it. Going up the path for a little while, we eventually came across the ruined keep. As we stealthily made our way up to the walls, we could hear a large individual, a large woman, as well as many other voices inside. It seems like they were having their noon lunch before heading out to do all of their patrols. Inside, we could hear at least two individuals that weren't speaking in a different language. Jerk kind of identified it as Goblin, and was able to tell us that these were probably goblins, small creatures, maybe similar to the red caps that we had fought earlier, but more regimented, if that makes sense. I've never encountered these things, so this is all completely new. But there was two individuals that didn't sound like they were goblins. Maybe they were prisoners, but we didn't get a good chance to actually look inside, because then the patrol started going out, and one of them was heading towards where we had killed the Hydra. So we decided to double back, try and ambush them while we could, so they couldn't report back to the keep. But in doing so, we had learned that one of the individuals that was there, a human lady named Minette, was out gathering ingredients for, I guess, the next meal. After taking out the scout patrols, we kind of questioned Minette of what was inside the keep, and she told us that there were various different creatures, from goblins, hobgoblins, which are the red-skinned ones that we had fought, bugbears, which are the hairier ones, cats with tentacles, even a manticore, something that's, I think, as Jerk described it, like a lion with like wings and like a tail. I want to see what that is, and also don't want to see what that is. Anywho, we decide that we would plan with Miss Minette that if she goes back to the fort, we'll try and sneak our way through to see if we can get out the other prisoners that are there. Once we got there, it was difficult to find an entry point, so I decided to kind of sneak past the rubble and into the kitchen, where I met Miss Minette's companion, Gerard, who was a very big boy. I think he's what they call a Goliath, but he's a very good cook. Just made something that smelled really great, but also and that was able to provide a distraction, a little too good of a distraction, as from one of the rooms a bugbear, very scrawny but also very magical looking, came out, and a lot of them were referring to him as Blood Lord Koth, I believe. The rest of the party snuck around to the other side and found a small room towards the front, where they discovered two of the elven prisoners that were kept and seemingly being used as a plaything for the Manticore. They were able to get them out, and were trying to plan out how to leave when, unfortunately, I tried to rendezvous back with the team and was discovered by Koth. As the Athelings called him an asshole, he shot fire at me, and that set the whole fort into an alarm state. Then we decided to try and get out as quickly as possible and cover our tracks. Layla summoned a huge sleet storm that obscured a huge amount of area. Barnabas threw down some grease to keep the giant from coming after us. I tried to double back with Claude as a last-ditch effort to try and grab Gerard and Miss Minette, but it seems Gerard wanted to stay back and sent Miss Minette forward. And we have leapt onto Claude and made our escape. And right now, I'm not sure if we're being pursued, but most likely we probably are. These guys are very well trained. It's going to be interesting to see how we get back to our next rendezvous point with the rest of the team. And that's it.
All right, fantastic. Go ahead and take your point of DM inspiration. By the way, you guys are up to 5 fan inspirations, so that's cool. Just gotta keep track of that, I suppose. Let's see.
By the way, is that Chef? Is he a BT member?
I mean, he's currently in the possession of the Red Hand, so he's their BT member for sure. But Minette is not a BT member yet. She very much is going to try and rescue Gerard. And if she can't convince you guys to do it, she will go and try to convince others to do it instead.
Oh, that's not going to be hard. Orion wants to go back there and save Gerard.
All right.
Yeah, plus there's more treasure back there.
Now, here's the thing. You guys do have an appointment coming up. So you guys have sort of fled from the keep, are heading back down the hill and back into the flooded forest. From there, you got to decide where you're going to go next. And while you're deciding on that, we have to figure out what's happening with the other party. So we're going to move a little quick through the other party that went back to town and try to handle that first. All right. Let's see. Actually, we'll go with... There's just a little too much bagpipe. A little too much bagpipe here. There we go. All right. So, you guys are split currently. Some of you are fleeing from the keep after your reconnaissance into it. Others have headed back to town to speak with those in Drellin's Ferry about what is happening. So, I guess let's tackle this, one thing at a time. Those of you heading back to town, you left, I believe, trying to remember, it's 2 weeks ago. You guys did get a long rest because you wanted to level up. So I believe you guys left first thing in the morning to head back to town. And it was many hours to get back. So we'll assume that you returned to town about midday in Drellin's Ferry. So, having returned to Drellin's Ferry, what do you do? Who do you seek out? What is the goal?
It was just me and Guy, right?
Yes.
And Sasha, I think, was with us, but
and also Jor to get you there.
Jor,
yeah, he came with you
yeah,
guys.
yeah. Jor, the mysterious ranger.
At Jor's cabin, and then the next morning we went to go inspect the keep.
Right. Yep.
Which means we have today to rest, and then we need to leave for our appointment in the morning. It's gonna take all day today.
Yeah.
Unless you plan on standing up Warklegnaw, then you definitely want to figure out how to do that. So your guys' mission was to go back, warn the town, secure a boat, and then use the boat to go down river to make sure that you got to the ruins of Slatehold in time.
I forgot all about the boat.
That's fine. I got it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we could stay on this map, or we could go back to the Drellin's Ferry map, whichever works for you guys. So.
I'm over there already. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. So let's go over to Drellin's Ferry real quick. All right. So back at Drellin's Ferry, you arrive on the west side of the town around midday, 11:30-ish, we'll say.
We will probably, I suggest then drop off Jor with Arvathel. First things first, because they're friends.
Okay, sounds good.
And they can corroborate our story.
All right.
Easily.
All right, so Arvathel will join you guys after Jor explains the situation. Let's see. Arvathel will congratulate you guys on defeating the Hydra, and say that they wish they could be congratulating you under better circumstances. But what you have faced and found could be a very dangerous threat to the town Drellin's Ferry, and they will back you on whatever you decide to tell. They do look a bit nervous at the mention of these invaders.
Got you.
Okay.
I think we'd get Thanlin to safety. If Thanlin's still groggy and all that, right? We'd get him to the Old Bridge Inn, or to his captain, well, old captain, to make sure that he's all right, and report to her second.
So Thanlin, possessed of the blood of heroes, and also a young man in love, when he sees Captain Serana Anita, immediately makes a nearly full recovery. And like when you have to sober up really, really fast, he kind of pushes away anybody that has been offering him aid, and you are possessed of the energy and heroics necessary to continue throwing your life away in the service of others. Okay.
Absolutely.
The captain eyes you and says, "Are you hurt?"
What? No, me. I am fine.
She nods respectfully. As a fellow fighter and warrior, she understands that talking about your feelings is dangerous, and respects that you want to store yours in a box until you have a huge breakdown later on. She puts a hand on your pauldron and stares you in the face and says, "I understand. What news do you bring?"
We bring bad and troubling news for all the people of Drellin's Ferry. It seems there may be an invading force close by, and they seem to be making their way here, I assume?
You had already voiced concerns about that. Is this the Red Caps?
We're not sure.
While you were gone, we did discover additional mushroom patches, including one outside of Jarrett's Sundries.
Is Jarrett okay?
Well, we aren't sure what to do. We discovered them in the night. We have not acted on the information yet. We have people watching her and the house, in case she is somehow involved.
Well, we can go pay her a visit afterwards, but other than the Red Caps, there seems to be technically Thanlin wouldn't know they're hobgoblins since he hasn't heard the name before.
Right.
Red Elves?
Oh, when they were described to Arvathel, Arvathel will kind of fill in the gaps there and say the creatures that they describe are known as hobgoblins. They are a warlike species of goblins, many of which are native to the Feywild. My teachings and understandings have led me to believe that there are none native to the Feywilds close, or should I say, bordering Elsir Vale. While not innately evil, they hunger for battle and view war as the greatest art. Most of the clans work as mercenaries in the service of the Winter Court, which is a whole political situation of fey creatures. But some find their own purpose, and others are led down dark paths towards even darker purposes. Depending on the motivations of these hobgoblins, Drellin's Ferry and the Vale could be in serious danger.
Upon killed the Hydra, shouldn't they flee?
She kind of looks at you and says, well, I very much doubt that the Hydra had anything to do with them. While they are skilled at war and have amongst their numbers many rangers and a few druids, the beasts that they train are a bit more easier to control than a Hydra. More is like they were using it situationally as some sort of natural obstacle, but if anything. But my gut instinct tells me the Hydra and these hobgoblins, they're unrelated.
Guy will be a bit reserved after that as he starts to put pieces together.
Mm-hmm. And Serana says, thank you, Avarthel, for your help. But what do we do with this information? Do you have time to meet with the council? I can rouse them, and we could have a meeting arranged by sunset. Else, tomorrow morning.
Do we have time for that?
I think we must be off for a meeting with Warklegnaw to gain an ally.
Ah, you're right.
But Avarthel and Captain, you can. Well, Joe was there for the information. Joe, you can, if you could relay everything you know to Avarthel, collaborate and tell the council all as one good meeting. You guys can decide on what to do. That would save us the time. We need to make sure that Warklegnaw doesn't hit us from the other side. I think. For that, we need a boat.
She says, say no more. Take this writ. As she kind of moves back to her desk, rummages around, like does a little wax stamp seal, hands it to you. Tell the ferry master that you need a boat, the fastest one, on my orders.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, thank you, Serana.
Guy elbows / shoulders. Family.
So
then I will take the information that you have provided, and I will bring Jor and Avarthel before the council as quickly as possible, and we will try and figure out what to do next.
Yes. I'm afraid there might be more forces than I initially thought. Is Sir Tyrion awake?
So Tyrion rests currently. He spent the night under the cover of magic, removing the many spores and fungi growing around Jarrett's sundries, hopefully without her noticing.
Would it be possible for me to see him at all before we go?
I'm not his keeper. You could certainly try.
Very well, it will have to be the last thing that we do, or if we even have the time for it.
We can split up. While I'll visit Jarrett, you can go visit Sir Tyrion.
But I wrote a whole ballad for our fight with the Hydra. I wanted. Fine.
So the split party splits. Thanlin, you're gonna go talk to Jarrett down at Jarrett Sundries.
Well, before Thanlin goes, he will walk over to Serrana and whisper, just in case, try and see if you can have a evacuation plan in motion. Just in case the worst outcome occurs.
Evacuation. Are the forces that we face so great that the river and our own defenses forces can't protect us?
With all due respect, Serrana, we barely have enough guards out the outposts, keeping this town in check. And truth be told, we're dealing with an enemy we have no idea about. We don't know how much numbers they have, their rankings. We have no idea what kind of experience they have, other than that they're very, very enthusiastic about war.
We have received no word from Brindle. I am starting to wonder if we are being ignored, or if perhaps our messengers have been waylaid.
That makes the situation even worse. I would just like a backup in case Drellin's ferry will have to be abandoned. What's important is that the people of Drellin's ferry are protected and safe. We can always rebuild our homes, should worst come to where.
I suppose. Brother Durney used the powers of the gods to contact Tridora Goldenbrow in Brindle. She says that they have received no news regarding any issues this far west. I understand often that the cathedral and the faithful of Pelor are very much consumed with the needs of the many and the city, the poor, the meek. Perhaps she just is not in attendance of these meetings, but I am worried. And I should not burden you so with my worries. I'm sorry. I will begin mapping out possible evacuation plans.
Thank you. That's all I ask. And your burdens are never burdens to me. Remember that. I always have your back. Always.
As a fellow warrior, she gives you a nod that says, thank you. Someday we'll have a mental breakdown together.
Oh my god.
When the PTSD is just too much for us.
Group therapy session.
Yep. All right.
One more thing, Lady Serrana. I'm gonna need to grab a guard, so Thanlin will look around and just grab a random guard.
Okay. This guard looks around. Huh? Me?
Yeah, you.
All right.
You're gonna follow me from now on, okay?
Forever?
Just when a certain incident occurs, but yeah, technically speaking, yeah, forever.
Well, if I'm leaving the town, I have to tell my wife.
Yeah, you go do that. Also, you might want to write down a will just in case.
He stammers beneath his helmet and he swallows hard. He looks at the captain. The captain looks at you and says, "You do not have enough? You need to take one of our guards with you?"
Trust me, he'll be a good bodyguard.
All right, give me a persuasion.
Will I have advantage?
Would you have advantage?
No,
you literally told her with your own mouth that she did have enough guards, and now you want to take one of those guards. So you actually set yourself up to not have advantage.
I mean, it's part of an ability I have, so
I got you. All right.
Okay. I'll roll.
All right. She says, I can't release this man into your custody. Not for the work that you're planning to do. When you're ready to leave town, I have someone in mind you could take with you.
Thank you. And Thalin will.
You hear this man audibly sigh with relief inside his helmet. All right.
You're lucky, buddy.
What is this? What is this feature?
I think everyone in the party knows, but hold on.
At 5th level, you gain 1 inexperienced follower. Oh my god. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's why I wanted one.
All right. No, she's got someone in mind. She's got someone in mind.
That's
All
the
right.
most metal death ward I've ever seen.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Okay. So who do you So let's go to, since you did all that, let's go deal with Sir Tyrion.
I love that you have cannon fodder as an ability.
So you head up to Sir Tyrion's estate, and once there, you kind of go through the rigmarole of trying to get his attention. Blah blah blah. He does wake, but that would, I mean, it's the middle of the day, so yeah. He's probably gotten his sleep to get his spell slots back. He meets with you, and he says, you're back. That's good. Is it your meeting soon?
Yes, that's actually why I don't have much time. So we had this whole thing. It's going to be a big, you'll hear about it from Arvathel. You'll just have to trust them. I don't have much time. Basically, while I was resting, we defeated the Hydra, and I've realized that I need to step up my game. Could you hit me with the strongest magic, perhaps of the 3rd circle you have?
The strongest magic of the 3rd circle that I have?
Yes. Teach me.
You want me to blow you up with a fireball? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Huh. This is a strange and dangerous ability that you have.
I'm gifted. My allies need me, and I've been on the sidelines enough, and from sounds of it, from what I've heard, there's going to be a lot of them.
It's a shame things are the way they are. I would love to study you. You exhibit many of the traits of an old school of magic. Have you heard of blue magic?
No, I haven't. And many people would love to study me.
Yes, well, perhaps when all this is over. All right. And he leads you away from his property, and he has you stand.
Oh, come on.
He has you stand off of the side, and I guess he'll just blast you with the level 3 fireball.
Oh, what a guy! What a guy!
Right.
Oh my god!
All right.
Now, the best part of this is that's not good. All right, that's fine. So Guy was reserved because he was resolved to take this. Oh yeah, he's got 36.
Okay.
He's got 36.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Guy is gonna take this. He was hoping to dodge it, but I mean, I'm sure Sir Tyrion the Wise's power and annoyance of him comes out in this way. And when he takes it, he could shield the blow. The mirror in his neck would instinctively begin to shift as if to protect him and encase him, but he would ignore it and instead engulf himself, and he will absorb this fireball for better or for worse, and he's going to take the whole last thing to use his reaction to copy Sir Tyrion's spell.
Okay.
And Guy would fall to the floor to one knee.
All right, so Tyrion's going to make a Arcana check. And he nods, and he says, this isn't a learned skill then. Something born with or borrowed. Fascinating.
It was a gift. Ow.
I would advise you to be very careful what gifts you accept. Especially if you're dealing with the Fae.
I don't know who she was. I just know that she made me who I am. And I can do all this. I can explain, and again, you can study me later, but I have to go.
Hmm.
Thank you.
He looks at you with a bit of admiration, and he says, "It is good to see new heroes begin to walk the path. Send Warklegnaw my regards."
He nods and will say, "Yes, I will." And as he takes a step away, he less walks the first few steps and more like crumbles.
Oh yeah.
And continues moving. And Guy will shake his head because the only other time he's really been hit was from a Fomorian. And so he's used to only big hits.
Yeah, so
And
anytime
he'll
you
walk
get
it
hit,
off.
it's nearly lethal. Got it.
Yeah. He will walk it off, and he'll begin flexing his hand, and I think he'll snap his fingers, and a bit of fire will appear, and he'll smile, and make his way over towards Stan.
Okay. All right. Do you do a quick side of the road change of clothes, or do you just kind of go through town with your like burnt and singed look?
He would have taken off his hat and his coat.
Okay.
But it's like a very weird dichotomy. Like, he very clearly was just in some horrible accident.
Yeah.
But like the top layer of him's absolutely fine.
Okay.
And, it's fun. He's fine.
Okay.
And he's gonna go fetch Ron if he's got time. If not, that's fine.
All right. So you head over to Jarrett Sundry's, Thanlin, and you can see that there are guards posted across the street, and they're not very good at stakeout. So yeah, they're just kind of like just staring at the building. Again, you have the one of the worst trained police forces in all of Dungeons & Dragons. All right.
Dear Lord.
So you arrive, and the guards all wave at you because you're also a guard. And you see that there is nobody coming and going from Jarrett Sundry's, which is a bit unusual.
Phelan will walk past them, giving a swift nod before knocking on Jarrett's door.
Okay, you see that there's a sign, and it says "Closed for business."
He'll knock again.
Okay. All right. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Do I want to use a fancy? Nah, screw it.
Okay. From what you could tell, there's no movement and nothing going on.
How long have you guys been posted here?
Okay, so you kind of walk across the street. They say, "Got the orders this morning. Been here since 6 a.m.
And no one has seen Jarrett come in or out?
Nope, no one's entered or left. Well, no, that's not true. The cat lady, she put a sign up on the front door. Then people came by, saw the sign, and they left.
I am. You see him give a heavy
Not sure
sigh.
what's going on here, but the only time we're ever asked to watch a house is when somebody's suspected of a crime."
Very well, just stay in there just in case you hear anything.
Mm-hmm.
Danlin's going to walk back to the door,
Uh-huh.
and he's going to kick the door down.
What? Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check to kick the door down. Okay. I mean, a 15 is good, but this is, they don't want this place getting robbed, so you kind of hit it, and you hear that you've kind of like knocked it out of alignment a bit, but that it is barred from the other side.
Now, why would the door be barred? And from what Saran has said, they found a mushroom nearby, right?
Yeah. Cautious guard approaches, and he says, "Why are you attacking the door?"
Because right now, apparently, from what you've told me, Jarrett has not left nor entered this place, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the two of us have been watching the front door since 6 a.m.
Where did the cat lady go? I mean, the Tabaxi go.
Oh, the cat lady, she went back inside. She put the sign on, and then she closed the door again.
Shit, did we ever knew her name?
Yeah, Winterwind.
Yeah, her name's Winter's Wind.
I'm just gonna call out for her.
Okay. All right. You call out. There's no reply.
God, this sounds so stupid. I know I shouldn't do this.
You're a cop, fucking.
Yeah, he's gonna bash. He's gonna just bash the door down.
Okay. I mean, obviously, with enough time and effort, you could smash the door down. So, yeah. And then seeing that you're doing it and that you're favored of the captain, these guys get to do legal violence. Oh
God.
So one of them just picks up like a nearby like rain barrel, like dumps it out, and just throws it through the fucking window, like the whole.
Oh no, we're losing our monthly stipend.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
As you guys go in, you see that the shop looks like it has been robbed. Also, all the mundane stuff seems to be here and there and about, but the potions, any sort of magical sundries, the jewels from the from the fancy display case, they're all gone.
Wait, when we came down here the first few times, you mentioned there was a door behind, correct?
Yep.
Do I see that door there?
Yeah, the door is still there.
All right, he's gonna go over there with 2 guards, motioning them to come over, and he's gonna open the door.
Okay. The door leads to a hallway, and the hallway has 4 doors and a staircase.
Going up or down?
There's a door immediately to your right, 3 doors along the back wall, and then stairs to your immediate left.
No, are the stairs going up or down?
Oh, the stairs are going up.
All right, he's going to have motion to the 2 guards to check the doors, the rooms, and he's going to slowly travel up.
Okay. They begin kicking down doors.
Jesus Christ!
You hear movie SWAT team style, like pillow slashing and crate busting. A young boy from Hyrule would be so proud of these men as they smash pots and just destroy property left and right. You head up the stairs, and you're on the 2nd floor. There is a landing, and from the landing, there are 3 doors.
What are the chances? Okay, he's gonna slowly check each door, hand on the hilt of his sword, just in case anything jumps at him.
All right, the door closest to the top of the stairs is a washroom.
Okay, past that then.
All right. The next door is some kind of reading room or study. It looks like this room has also been ransacked.
Nothing to notice in this room, particularly?
In this room, if you do give me an investigation real quick.
I'm gonna use my Faspiration for this.
Okay, sure.
That's a D6, right, at this point? Or was it D4?
That's a
it's a D at level 5, I believe it's a D. I want to say 8. Yeah, D8 now.
Oh, D8. Okay.
Yeah.
Investigation. I'm gonna roll D8 real quick.
I really need to make myself like a DM screen that I hang above my computer monitor, and I can just like look up and see all the most relevant shit, so that it's just constantly in my mind. The only thing I have is my kid made me a beautiful postcard that says "Kaith is coffee," because I could never remember the Faerun word for coffee. That's the only cheat sheet I have for all of Dungeons and Dragons. All right. So your investigation, you look out the room. Obviously, a couple of books got taken, but you're not really able to figure out what the books were or why they were taken.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay, the last room then.
All right, the last room is a very lavish bedroom. There's a very large king-size bed, and there is another door in that room. There's a bed. There's a vanity. There's two vanities side by side, like two best gal pals might live here, if you know what I mean. And like they have their their vanities next to each other.
Okay.
Mhm.
You see, Thalen will slowly remove his sword, keep it at his side, and go towards the door.
Okay. You stand before the door.
Oh, I meant he's going to try and open it.
Oh, okay. It is a closet. It looks like the closet has also been ransacked. Either this place was robbed, or the people living here grabbed their things in a hurry.
Does Jarrett have a really luxuriant walk-in closet?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. The contents that were left behind, just of the closets, several thousand gold worth of shoes, clothes, jewelry, things like that.
It's luxurious, but it's all black.
It's black, blue, a little bit of red, white, ivory, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely they definitely subscribe to the stay on theme fashion sense.
So I don't notice anything because at this point, Thalen, he wouldn't believe this place will be robbed, considering it's in the middle. You hear
footsteps on the stairs and the clanking of armor. One of the guards says, Vanderbilt, we got some pretty disturbing news.
What? Go ahead, tell me.
So we've been watching the front door since 6 a.m. It turns out there was a back door.
You see Thalen slowly tilt his head to the side. What?
Well, you know how some houses have a door on the front? This one also had a door on the back. We have reason to believe they may have left through that second door. A door we couldn't see, because it was on the back of the building.
Thalen opens his mouth, closes it, opens it back up, closes it, and just walks past the guard to the back door, just to see.
You don't believe me? I'll show you. Come on! And he rushes down the stairs.
All right. He'll rush after him.
True as day. There is a rather large room on the ground floor that is sort of a storeroom, and there is a very big back door useful for loading and unloading goods.
Okay, at this point, could Thalen do one more investigation check just to see if he notices anything that got left behind? Something of notice. How would you guys feel if I use a Faspiration for this?
For it.
Not fast, yeah, Faspiration.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna use it one then. Please let this be good. Oh God.
Okay, that's pretty damn good. You notice that some of the crates have been kind of opened and pushed aside, and that there is telltale-like sign that people moved through here and left through the back door. You even see a little tuft of white fur sort of stuck on the sort of splintered side of a crate.
This is not good at all. You two, report back to Serana and tell the rest of the guards to keep a lookout for Jarrett or Winter. I forgot.
Winter's Wind.
Winter's Wind. I'm sorry.
Okay. Should one of us stay here in case they come back?
You're right. Okay, very well. One of you can be stationed here. Make sure you keep an eye on both the front and the back.
How? How can I watch the front of the building and the back at the same time?
We'll have someone else watch the back of the building.
And this guy says, from the roof. And they both stare at each other, and nod like that's the best idea they've had all day.
I'm gonna have to talk to Solana about hiring new people.
They're having a guard shortage. They take whoever signs up. It's like there's no application process.
There's no
Dear God,
police academy.
Why is this town?
Actually, I imagine it is like police academy.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
All right. So, anything else that you'd like to do at Jarrett Sundries?
I'm just gonna leave with the information I have. I'm gonna take the fur to present it to Guy when I see him to see if he knows something about this or his insight on it.
Okay.
But Jarrett is now on Thanlin's hit list of people who do bad shit or suspicious of bad shit, I guess.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So you meet back up with Guy at the ferry. Is that right? So that you can get a boat and.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Guy, you track down the ferry master, as it were.
Was I able to get Ron at all?
Oh, Ron Swansong?
Yeah.
They said that Ron Swansong actually left town this morning, heading east.
Damn. All right, that's fine.
All right.
Guy would head towards the ferry then.
Okay. At the ferry, you are able to catch the ferry master, Drathgar, who is the owner of the ferry and both docks on either side of the river. So very rich family. He inherited it from his father, who inherited it from his. He inherited it from his father, who was the son of the previous owner and the previous owner's brother. So he's the great grandnephew. Anyways, irrelevant facts. I think we talked about him before. He works the ferry every day, even though he could live a life of luxury from the amount of money his family has earned running this ferry for so many years. But when he sees the note, he doesn't even think twice. He sees the wax seal. He sees Thanlin with you. He sees you, and he kind of like grimaces a little bit because, you know, there was that thing with one of his employees, the employee's sister and all that. And but he just says, whatever you need, whatever the captain needs. Here you go. This is a little river skiff. It's good for running messages, but not really goods. But if it's just a handful of people, shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
And Sasha comes rushing up, and she says, all right, I'm ready to go.
Excellent.
I forgot she was with us the whole time. I don't know how that slipped my mind.
All right,
Did
so
you tell them?
two guards show up, and the guards have a dwarf with them. It's Umeg Stormsteel. And these, the guards say, Thanlin Vanderbilt?
Yes.
We're handing this prisoner over to you as part of his sentence for the crimes against the Vale. He will be working for and under you. Good luck. And they go to shove him forward, but he's a fucking dwarf, and he don't have none of that force movement shit. And so he just kind of grins through his sooty mustache and his silvery beard, and he says, come on now. Be a bit nicer to your new squire, sir. And he claps you on the bottom. Oh, sorry. I thought that was your back. I'm a bit shorter than ye.
This is amazing.
Yeah, this
I might die intentionally, guys.
Guy has a hand on the hilt. Now it's not his weapon's hilt. It's on Thanlin's hilt, so he does not kill this dwarf. Right here, right now. And it will say, excellent, we were going to fetch you for the meeting anyways.
Oh, we're going to see Warklegnaw then. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that supposed to be a secret?
Not at all. Not at all.
You have to mind me. It's my first day on the job.
Of course. Of course.
Oh God! But don't worry. I'll be doing my best out there, fighting so hard for you.
Good, you can start the work out by, you're going to be paddling this skiff, so.
Oh, how wonderful, sir! I can't wait.
And he just hops into the boat, grabs a paddle, and smiles again, all teeth.
Guy looks over at that. How you doing, buddy?
I'm not doing so hot, Guy, and you look like shit. Oh my god.
Actually, give me 1 second. And Guy, falls over, and he'll slump into the river for a second. And I imagine there be an audible of, steam that comes out of the river before he rolls back up out of it. Goodness. All right. Maybe I took a hit or two, but it was for the Vale.
We just got in town.
It's a dangerous place. Magic's dangerous.
You have burn marks all over your neck, your arms, man.
It'll all heal over. You know me.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Picture perfect.
But, Guy, come here for a moment.
Hmm?
So I went to Jarrett's place, the one who sponsors us.
Oh, did you get our monthly allowance redone?
No, but Serana had informed me. I believe you were there when she said there was mushrooms by Jarrett's place, right? Or had you left?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
I went over there to check things out. The two guards told me she did not leave nor enter the place, and they've been there since 6. We've just found out, or they have found out, there's a back door, and that all of Jarrett's exotic supplies are gone. And I doubt they were stolen. So chances are she left in a hurry with Winter Haven.
Winter's Wind. She gave me this.
Winter's Wind. God damn it.
That does not bode well. Not bode well at all. Do you suspect traitor or cowardice?
Honestly, if it was cowardice, I doubt she would take all that with her. She had hope. There was too much supplies for her and Winter's Wind to go off by themselves. So...
If she thought it doomed, however. That doesn't make me feel great. I've been in Drellin's Ferry for a bit of time, and it was her that brought me here.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes this so troubling. Oh, and I'm here, and Thalon will pull out the white fur. Do you know what this is? I found it by the back exit.
Guy will do exactly what Orion does. And Orion, do you sniff? Do you sniff your tracks and stuff? All right, he'll sniff it like a mouse, and he'll make is it a nature check? Do you?
Nature survival, I guess, because survival kind of deals with tracks and stuff.
I was curious if this is to identify the thing or not.
Oh, this would be an intelligence survival. This would be an intelligence survival.
Intelligence survival? Okay.
In this particular instance, yeah.
It is a +1 to this roll right here.
Okay. Okay. Your first of all, the description of where and how he found it definitely sounds like they were in a hurry. Winter's Wind is very dexterous. The fact that she would even bump into something indicates that she must have been extremely stressed, under duress, in a hurry, or was dragged away. There's no way that that tabaxi is too dexterous to have just bumped into a crate, as far as you know. Also, she does not respect anyone's personal space, especially yours, and you smell the faint trace of her perfume on the fur. Being very familiar with it because she's always up in your personal space.
Yep. He'll say, "It's Winter's Winds. They were either in such a hurry that she was careless, or she was dragged out of that place."
Which do you think is more obvious? Which do you think is more likely to happen, though?
He will sigh and he'll say, I'm from a place where people would save their own skin before anyone else's. I'm of the one to think that perhaps they fled. But, perhaps they were taken out because they had so many supplies. You didn't find any trucks behind the area? No obvious points of entry? Nothing like that?
Well, I tried having the guards check, but they're useless, and my eye is not as.
Dirk, or should I call you sir? Are we leaving soon, or are you and your friend just gonna gossip all day?
This is a skiff talk, and I unfortunately have to agree with Umeg. It is, it's pointless at the moment.
Yes, you're right, it is, but just something to bear in mind. But yes, Umeg, we will be leaving now, so get rowing, please.
Oh, of course, sir, of course.
I'm gonna have to deal with your attitude all day, won't I?
Oh, if my attitude is not correct, sir, please, sir, teach me. Teach me how a good squire should act.
You see Thanlin grip his hilt very tightly as he barely contains the rage.
That's
you
fair.
know, Umeg. I am a man of many words, but I'm not quick to anger. And I've had a very long day, and I'm quickly realizing that everything I've ever wanted is not everything it hoped up to be. At least not for me. If you're not willing to cooperate, I'm sure we can figure something out. In fact, and he'll clear his throat, and he'll begin to speak exactly like Umeg, by copying his mannerisms, tics, and verbals. If you're not needed, maybe I can fill in the spot.
Oh shit!
All right, give me an intimidation check.
Could Thanlin help him with that by just glaring at Umeg like
mean mugging?
Yeah, you guys could mean mug him. Give me an intimidation.
Yeah, mean mug him.
Ooh, that's a good intimidation. He swallows hard and he says,
Why, the message is received.
Good. Look, I know you're not exactly sure of everything. You have spite, you have everything, the dwarven, I've been to the hammerholds. Yeah. Look, you're not going to survive what we saw at the keep more than anyone else. And if you're only doing this for spite and you're meaning to die, then you might as well keel over now. But if you want any chance of survival, I do recommend that you help me and Thanlin Vanderbilt here. Or you should call him Sir. Got it?
Oh, again, message received.
And then guy will lean back and take a short rest.
Okay. Just lay down on the boat. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanlin would help Umeg row the boat.
Aw, okay.
Because as much as he don't like the job.
No, I got you. That's yeah. I mean, you don't want him to wear himself out here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna assume that you guys row to the appropriate spots. Put the boat along the shoreline. Maybe conceal it real quick, and then start heading up into the hills towards the ruins of Slatehold. For expediency and because I want the party to be reunited, we're not gonna roll for any random encounters. Yeah, the other party. You guys make your way down through the flooded forest, and with Team Nature, you guys, to correct me if I'm wrong here, navigate south into the foothills, up into the hilllands, and then you find a pass through the mountains. Or were you not going to pass through the mountains?
I think we were planning to do the mountains because it was faster, right, Jert?
All right.
That was Jert's decision, as our leader and ranger.
Not to derail or delay our inevitable comeback. There was 2 elves that escaped.
Yep.
We were going to have a talk with at
cabin
first.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if you want to timey-wimey it and do it after, but...
I mean, if you guys are heading there, then you're definitely probably going to skip the mountains and just go along the river. That's fine, because we're going to just hand-wave the random encounters anyways, get the party reunited. When you arrive at Jert's cabin, I guess I'll take you over there real quick. Or, sorry, Jor's. Jor and Jert, my bad. Jor existed before Jert, not only because he's...
As did Jert, and I feel really bad because I didn't realize that until after.
It's like Levi Grossman's Magicians. When they made the TV show, they had to rename characters because he gave almost every character a J name. And the showrunners were like, that's too many J names. People are going to get mixed up. So they actually like changed, even main characters, they had to change like names out because there were too many J names. All right, so you guys head over to Jor's cabin. If your mini's not there, just pretend you're not. Or if your mini's there but you're not there, just pretend you're not there. It's all good. So the elves in question. Let's see. For some reason, I had a weird hiccup loading this map, which is funny because it's like the smallest flipping map. When you arrive, you see that. Well, I guess you wouldn't see. Everyone's got... Layla's got a good enough passive perception. Layla, you spot the two elves in this tree over here, watching the house. Since you are not stealth, I mean, they see you seeing them, they kind of tense. The one puts their hand on the other, and then they motion for you to come forward. The dogs are doing chores and, taking care of the house. One of them's like fishing off the pier. When they see people have arrived, they immediately start acting like regular dogs again.
Wait, what the?
Yeah. They're definitely not they're definitely not playing poker inside or any of that kind of stuff. So they quickly begin knocking things over and barking and stuff like that.
Orion will just tell them that he won't tell anyone.
All right. The one dog nods at you and offers a little fist bump.
Orion will pound.
All right. So you guys approach the Fae, the shadowy elves of the Witchwood, and the one that you've been talking to the whole time, the one that had its ears chopped off. But I didn't Photoshop such a horror. But it's there. They look down at you and they say, "You made it. That's good. What do you need? You requested our aid. What can we do to help you?"
Well, talk to start.
That is it? You wish only to converse?
To start.
I will be the only one talking. My friend here had their tongue removed.
Oof.
They were bold and spit in the face of the bugbear.
Wow.
He ripped the tongue out with his bare claws.
Yikes.
And what did you do to get your punishment?
I refuse to reveal any information at all about Elsir Vale, my people, or the Witchwood.
So, you now have seen the enemy that threatens the Vale. Do you think that the elves would respond to this threat and aid the other races against it?
I will speak true when I return to my people, and I tell them of the return of the hobgoblin forces. They will likely leave.
You say return. Has this happened before?
Hobgoblins have long held a deep-seated hatred of my people. They live only for battle and for war. While some view this as a unique and useful cultural trait, my people have never had any use for it. Dare say, perhaps have looked down upon the hobgoblins. Many of my people serve in the summer court and have gone to battle against mercenary bands in the employ of the Winter Court. It does not matter. All that matters is my people have no interest in living through another war, and they certainly have no interest in being hunted down by these filthy hobgoblins and their allies.
What of the land? What of the forest they will burn? The mountains that they will topple down? The animals they will slaughter?
It does not matter how I feel.
Trail of fire in their wake.
Fire is often used to cleanse the forest.
Not to the scale they will do.
The elf's eyes narrow into two dangerous glowing slits. She says, I do not speak for my people, and I do not speak for our queen, but I do speak what I know and what I believe, and that is that we will be gone, and quickly.
And,
Would you take those words to her? Merely ask that before she leaves, she agrees to a meeting with us, a plea, a chance to hear us out?
If you seek a meeting, I would move swiftly. I imagine that when I return with the news of what transpired, we will send our owl riders out to do our own reconnaissance. If what I fear is correct, and this is an invading force of tremendous size, strength, then I imagine we will be leaving this world for good. But perhaps my fears are overblown. But listening, and they kind of like reach up and touch their, reach for their missing ears and wince. I heard much. That encampment is simply a base of operations for forward scouts. There is a much larger force coming. How large is yet to be determined. But the people of this region, of this vale, were unable to unite against a threat as simple and basic as orcs. In my opinion, they do not stand a chance against a well-organized hobgoblin army.
Especially if all the people that could be their allies are going to leave in fear.
Oh yeah. Their eyes narrow, and even though they're just kind of glowing orbs, you could sense that they kind of moved directly to look at you. And they say,
he narrows his eyes back.
Yeah, we have learned from history. It is the lesson taught to us by you and yours.
If we came... Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, what is to run?
No, that you are all incapable of working with your neighbors. That you are superstitious and fearful. And that in the end, you hid behind the skirts of your dwarven mother, as it were, and let them do all the work.
Couldn't tell you I wasn't around. In fact, most humans you meet probably weren't old enough. Or even born yet.
It is true. We have a tendency to be fickle friends, and we've scorned the dwarves. Which is the point. We've scorned them. They're unlikely to aid. In the towns, if your fears are not alleviated, and in fact are true, and would cause fear, without someone to guide the more clumsy hands of our kin, we would certainly drown.
The elf who allegedly had their tongue cut out slaps the other elf, and you hear it, and then starts to sign, because old school shadowy elves and drow actually had like a whole sign language thing for staying stealthy as they hunted and assassinated all that stuff. And you see the talky one look maybe a bit like ashamed, and then turns back and says, "My hubris and deception has been turned to shame by my ally. I assume that since your species is so young and forgetful, you would believe whatever words I said. But in truth, as many of you might know, it was my people too who hid from the orcs. We defended only the Witchwood and allowed them to run free and rampant through the rest of the Vale. It was our self-interest that truly broke the hearts of the dwarves. And now we know that the schism that was created between our people could never be mended. And without the dwarves' aid, we alone would stand no chance against this invading force. I'm sorry for my deception. It was fueled by my own shame. I will return to my people, and I will let Queen Starsinger know that you intend to pay her a visit.
Before you do leave, the Witchwood is very confusing, and no one really knows the location of the elven settlement. Is there a way that you could help us find it?
Not currently, no.
Is there a way we can get word to you?
There's a fallen tree on the outskirts of your forest. If we were to go there in a certain number of days' time, could you meet us there and then guide us in?
Either that, or have your druids mark a path, and I could lead us in.
There are many, many fallen trees. Why do you speak of this one as if it is known more than the others?
Because I know of only one.
Very special. This particular tree is an ironwood tree that was struck by lightning and fell to the ground.
Oh, they share a look.
You know something.
Then my people would certainly have known about this by now. When did it happen?
I want to say last week.
Ah, yes. There's a good chance they've already found it, but then they would be familiar with the site. How many days do you need? Perhaps give us a chance to scout the region. Maybe 1 human week.
That's plenty. It'll take us at least 3 to get to our meeting and then back and then to you.
We might be a few days late. But that should only be a few minutes to you, right?
Oh, also, it should be the 22nd, I believe, when we left off. So, okay. But I will mark 7 days, so that'll be the 29th. Let's see.
Oh yeah, because it's showing the 30th right now.
Yeah, I don't know why it jumped. Like, this new calendar tool, I really just need to dig into it, because, like, all I want to do is add an event, but, like, I keep having to, like, I don't know, it's a pain in the ass. Alright, so anyways, meet with elves, and I will make it so everybody has access to that.
Humor me. What were you doing that caused you to be captured? Were you scouting of your own accord their base, or did they come to you?
We were scouting this area because there was rumor that a hydra from the northern fens had made its way south. We wanted to confirm those rumors and, if true, arrange a hunting party to come down and slay the beast, for its heart provides regenerative properties. Our species lives a very long time, and during that time, injuries can happen. And once again, they kind of reach up to touch their missing ears. You could imagine that having an opportunity to restore one's body after so many centuries is highly sought after.
Well, you can add that to the list of deeds to your queen to maybe make her more likely to hear us out.
While it would certainly impress her with your combat prowess, it might upset her that you have taken such a fantastic prize away from her people.
Well, unfortunately, it was a danger to those who were on the road, so it had to be dealt with.
I have no more questions. Either of you?
Okay, I got just one more. So if like a tree falls in the forest and no one cut it down, would you be mad if someone took it?
They kind of look at you and they say, the treaties made between our people and the other citizens of the Vale were quite clear. The Tiri Couture controls everything within the Witchwood.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Then that is clear.
All right. They start to fade into shadow. And this seems like a good spot to take a quick 5-10 minute break, and then we'll jump in down at the ruins.
All right, so I'll see you guys in a few. I'm typing up a little message so far, but it looks like we're gonna have 3 big like convince people meetings we're gonna have to do. But we have leverage for each one.
Work on the elves and dwarves. But
we have a way for each one.
Oh man, I can't die now. Damn it.
You took the queen's prize.
I'm sorry.
Also, you got fucking Umeg.
I know. He's my follower now. If I die, he has to die instead. Man.
I love that. I was not expecting him to show up, honestly.
Trash knew what he was doing. I feel like it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? You know what? This might work out.
Yeah.
We have a lot of criminals as B team members or followers.
We're probably gonna get more. To be honest, maybe all hands on deck.
I thought we were a good party, a good neutral party.
I mean, we definitely have very good aligned people in our party.
Yeah,
everyone comes from solid backgrounds that are clear and heroic.
The Benoits have never done anything unscrupulous. Certainly not.
Nor the Onlocks.
Oh god.
It's okay. Don't worry. I have Fireball.
You took 30 feet to the face, point blank.
Buddy. Yeah.
Everything for Drellin's Ferry.
For the Vale. For the Vale.
It would have been so messed up if you went unconscious from that.
It was the risk. It was the risk. I was like, this can genuinely just put me down, and then I look like an idiot.
Yeah, would you have been able to copy it if you went down?
No.
Oh man, that.
Oh no.
So I would have had to, instead of using my reaction to copy, I would have had to use my reaction to absorb it, and that wouldn't have given me it, and I would have had to just sit there with my tail between my legs. But I believed in myself. I've got a good amount of HP.
Proud of you.
You took it on the chin, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how Serrano was like, you can't have one of my guards, but we have this prisoner.
We have a prisoner, and he can totally protect you. Smile.
Yeah, but
he's gonna steal from us.
The thing is that I can no longer afford to go down, otherwise he'll end up dying.
Wait, why do we need him?
Well, he's a bargaining chick.
Oh, he's for the dwarves? I thought that was Breakcoin.
Well, I mean, he is too, but like we could also turn him in as a prisoner.
Also, he's technically my follower for my ability, so I can't let myself hit 0, because he'll end up dying for me.
Does it have to happen, or is it like a choice?
Once only.
Yeah.
I guess it does.
It has to happen.
Shit.
That's why I was like, give me the pointless guard. No one will miss him.
He's
his family would have missed him.
That's right. That's why I said write a will.
God,
just in case.
I was so close to being like, don't worry, I'll tell your wife. Walking away. But that's a bit tasteless, wouldn't you think?
I mean, is it in character for a guy?
Nah, not really. He's a picky guy, I should say.
All right, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh man, so we have factions to go and meet with. We have bargaining tools to use as leverage.
Yeah, I'm happy I have taken what I've taken, done what I've done. I will give us the best possible chance that we can have with this diplomacy. I have a very, very fat persuasion check. So not
And
that persuasion checks are everything, but it is definitely over 10.
I have come bearing gifts. I made him Warklegnaws.
Perfect.
Even better.
I gave him a claw for every one of his soldiers that I killed.
Ooh. Good.
It's like, compensation or something. I don't know. I'm trying. I'm not a charismatic person. This is how I talk to people.
Nah, it's all good. You know what? I think everything's gonna be alright.
Oof. That optimism
Guy
get me in
is
trouble.
having some huge reservations. Huge reservations about what's going on right now, but alright.
What do you mean?
I'm bummed out about Jarrett. Oh, man. I'm just so sad that we're not going to get to see Jarrett and Winter's Wind every time we go back to town.
Sure, we'll find them again.
I hope they're innocent. I hope that they just, saw the writing on the wall and they're like, yeah, they're obviously going to suspect us. And, small town hysteria sort of thing. And they're just like, let's just dip before it gets bad. They also were privy to the knowledge that things were going awry. But more than likely she is committed some atrocity.
Out of game, we know that she is a beautiful person, in mind and body.
Well, all we know is that she likes to kill people, and I forget, what else did we learn? It's okay to like to kill people. It doesn't mean you do it often.
Yeah, that's why you have a harvesting room. It's because you don't like to kill people.
Yeah, they should definitely dig up her backyard.
We never checked that harvesting room, though. That's the thing. It slipped my mind until Orion had brought it up.
Well, I would love to give that place a once-over with some, detect magic and all that stuff.
You were a member of the finest guard ever to grace Dungeons & Dragons. So.
Right, at part, of course.
Oh, God. I'm surprised Drellin's Ferry hasn't been stormed yet with these guards. It's so bad.
Everyone's living in it's an age of peace. There really hasn't been any other than, bandits once in a while. It's not much going on here.
Oh God, so it really was just me and Serana. Fuck.
For example, the lands to the south, they have to pass through the Dwarven Mountains to get there. And there's only one pass through the Dwarven Mountains. And so that's kind of like, if the dwarves didn't want them to come into the Vale, they just, collapse the pass kind of thing. You got a coastline that's well developed and island chain, ruled by, high elf wizards and gnome artificers and all that kind of stuff. Up in the north, you got, constant battle between orcs and giants and Vikings and all that kind of stuff. And then the lands to the west are mostly just unexplored. Some people call them the Western Wastes because there's just allegedly nothing worthwhile out there. You guys are just sort of this very chill, stopover town as people go to more interesting things. So, would it be a good target for a war? Maybe, because if you control this area, you would then, the Northlands could expand out here, which is what the orcs tried to do. The eastern islands and stuff like that, they're kind of expanding into the Vale, slowly but surely, kind of taking over culturally and commercially, right? So that's kind of their strategy. And then again, the people to the south, they deal with the dwarves because the dwarves have the mountain range, so they have the same sort of holdings on the south side of the mountain that they have on the north side of the mountain. So they come here to trade and to access the eastern coast and the northern waste and whatever on the Northlands. But again, for the most part, after that orc war 500 years ago, you guys have been pretty chill. So
people are just unprepared and more complacent with what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even have a strong central government here. Like, there's not even like a ruling party that taxes the different towns. Every town is responsible for themselves.
Oh,
like,
God.
yeah, like the city of Brindle is the biggest and most successful town after Denevar, and it's definitely considered the capital city of Elsir Vale. But there is no widespread government. Every holding, every town, every village, they manage themselves.
So us reaching out to another town is kind of unprecedented and unlikely to get response, kinda, because they all govern and look after themselves.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, Brindle being the shining star of the Vale or whatever, like they get requests all the time for aid and assistance, you know? So like, yeah, we're having trouble out here. Everybody's having trouble. It's Dungeons & Dragons land, you know? Everybody's having trouble. What makes your trouble any more important than everybody else's trouble? We'll file it in the bin, and maybe we'll get to it, you know? All right, sounds like we're all back from break. I did double check my notes. My calendar, my brain calendar, was completely out of whack. So it is the 30th of April, because you guys took several weeks of downtime there as you were leveling up and all that jazz. So your meeting, I moved on the calendar. Your meeting with the elves is moved up. So so you have been together for 30 whole days, I believe.
Holy crap.
Wait, no, not 30 whole days.
Yeah.
23 whole days.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds more appropriate.
But that's still 3 weeks, and we haven't become rich yet.
Oh my god.
We have 200 gold now, like 250
200
gold.
gold's pretty good.
That's more than most people make in a year.
I mean, Barnabas, you could easily take that 200 gold, return to Denevar, start your own business, and within 5 years be as wealthy as your father. You have no doubt.
With some wise investments, if I'm not willing to lose my money.
But that's 5 years. That's a long time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Looking for that instant start kind of money.
Yeah. I mean, that's suspecting that the rest of the Vale hasn't gone up in flame in those 5 years.
Yeah, right. It's not a good economy to build a business in.
You could build on the rubble, maybe.
Well, I mean, if my business is making weapons, war is good time.
All right. So, I guess the real question is, did Warklegnaw actually decide to come to this in the first place?
Oh my god, if he blew it off.
I swear to god, if he...
That'd be so
bad.
I'm just saying.
Wouldn't blame him. Wouldn't blame him at all.
I mean, you did kill a bunch of his peeps.
We killed two of his peeps.
They attacked first. Self-defense.
Didn't one of you write using blood on the wall to like?
I think that was God.
It wasn't on a wall. It was on a nice piece of parchment. We had
and then stuck to the wall with another.
There was even a claw there. Yeah, it was great. We had like a signature on it and everything.
Oh my god!
I may have left some ball bearings on his stairs. That may have caused some injuries. I don't know.
That's rude.
Why couldn't Thalen have been?
It felt like the right thing to do.
Yeah, it was really meaningful. We put a claw in the message and everything.
It's the Red Claw of Doom. Yeah, Doom.
You know what? We should rebrand our group as that. The Red Claws of Doom. Think about it. I mean, it makes sense, right? Right?
I mean, we might get like mixed
Get a
up.
target on our backs immediately.
Yeah, right.
It sounds like you would then be subsidiaries of the Red Hand of Doom.
We're like some fucking task force of theirs.
Right.
Okay. How about
Shock Troop?
Blue Claws of Hope? I don't know, man.
Yeah. We just completely steal their brand and go opposite with it.
Yeah.
Barnabas shrugs is just like, listen, it's important with branding that you don't switch the name of your business, or else you lose your followers. You lose, it's all about branding and marketing.
Soon enough, we're just gonna have a couple of goblins just come up and like, you've been served.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Cease and desist.
The Red Hand of Doom would like you to cease and desist all activities pertaining to your name. It is too close to ours. We will see you in court.
Infernal Court, filed in triplicate. Oh yeah.
All right. Is there any scouting that happens before you guys approach?
I
ruins?
guess it depends on when we are able to
I feel
get
like
there.
you guys would probably serendipitously run into each other on the riverbanks.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And we got to
Either-
see if our friend came back because we sent the ogre and the owlbear ahead.
Yeah.
That's right.
Either Team Nature is making such good pace that they see you guys sailing on the river, or serendipitously you perfectly choose to come into shore right at the time that they are within view of the shore, or they discover your hidden boat because passive perception 21 on Layla, and then they track you, unerring trackers, and then catch up with you at a faster pace because Ranger, and then you guys meet up that way. So we'll just roll the dice. We'll see what
All of
happens.
the
1, 2, or
above?
3.
Cool.
Yeah.
Guy would be singing too. But
Okay. Yeah. So they hear guys singing, and then they see you guys in the boat. And I guess motion you over sooner than later, and then you guys all travel together as a group the rest of the way. That work for everybody?
Yeah.
All right.
guess
Sounds
what
good.
time of day is it now? It's probably getting towards evening, right?
Oh, for sure. So we left you guys off at afternoon times. It looks like 2:00, and then you guys would have headed back to Jor's cabin, which would have been a couple of hours, and then you would have headed back towards the road, and then you would have started heading down the river. Oh gosh, so it's like 10:00 at night when you see you hear guy, you see the boat, you see a little lantern hanging off the front of the boat, and another lantern kind of hanging off the back of the boat. Just letting everyone know this is us. We're in a boat going down the river. You need the lantern to navigate though, and I guess kind of call out to each other when you realize what's what. Like Layla confirms with their hyper senses that is in fact your allies.
And our meeting isn't until tomorrow, so we're getting extra time here.
Nice.
Yeah, the meeting is going to be essentially on the 1st, which is
As-
also a full moon.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
Great night. Thank
Which
God.
one of you is a werewolf? I swear to
guess we'll
God.
find out.
Shifty
we know
eyes.
As they approach, I look at Umeg Stormsteel and I'm like, why did you bring this schmuck?
Oh, well, hello there. I'm this fine Sir Vanderbilt Squire.
What?
I
Barnabas
was
struggles to
dressed in the
process this.
service by Captain Firecrotch.
He will immediately
And then
get him in the face.
Yeah, he immediately
Winces, remembering the 28 intimidation check that you guys made earlier, but sometimes people forget themselves, and he kind of winces as the punch to the ear comes. But he is a dwarf, an old school dwarf, so he stoically takes it like it's nothing. Don't play punch buggy with a dwarf. All right. And then he
Well-
says,
My apologies, sir.
He would have had to come either way. He is our bargaining chip.
That's what I was about to say. Also, nice to
Yeah.
see all of you again.
I take it your mission was successful?
2 points.
Yeah, we also
Oh.
do have Minette with us.
Yep.
It's
she says,
I have-
partially successful.
Hello. Perhaps we could make camp, and I will cook for everyone. We have been traveling very long time.
It's been
Guy.
a day.
Yeah.
You already replaced me?
Guy, please learn to make what they cook, because it smells so good.
Oh, you are also a culinense.
She's a very good chef. Her and her,
Oh,
her, and her boss.
yes, okay.
and she sidles up to you and says,
Oh, a fellow culinenser and so handsome. Let us prepare something to reunite friends together.
What do you have in mind?
Oh, we are on the road, and perhaps something, maybe a travel stew to show the combination of many different things into something new. It's simple, easy, but opportunities for flavor.
Let's see how you do.
oh, okay. So do you assist or do you just watch?
He will assist.
Oh, okay.
The Kallahan.
All right. I'll take you over to the map. I don't think are we using camping rules? I can't remember if we agreed on camping rules or not.
We had mentioned it at session 0. But
We thought it'd be interesting to try. I
Yeah.
don't think we.
Okay. Okay. So then I'll take you over to. Oh, we only you haven't really actually camped yet because
Nope.
everything you've done has sort of been out and about in the woods. Okay.
Yeah, and then we make it back to town.
All right.
That's true.
I
as
know we had
well.
a camping map.
Yeah, there it
All right.
is.
All right. Okay, so there is. I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't like it. There's like a campfire sound effect on this map, but like it just grates on my nerves. So I'll just get rid of it. So just imagine there's a campfire sound. I don't know.
I guess while they cook, I will begin to recap the fortress for our 2 missing members.
Okay, so is any information either side? Do you withhold any information, or meta? Does everybody now know everything that happened during the split?
Layla would not withhold anything. She's
Okay.
very blunt about everything. The way it
Alan would reveal everything as well. Everything he found out about Jared, what Serrano would say involving the council.
Did you dig up her backyard?
Why would we dig up her back?
That's where the mushrooms grew.
Ah, shit, you're right.
There is a literal Pikachu shock face on the ride when you talk about Jarrett. He is crushed.
Sasha, she like does a slap to her own face and says, oh, "That's right, because isn't it like they grow? There's been lots of bloodshed and murder."
Yeah, but we also dragged a troll corpse onto her property, so...
Oh, that's true. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of comings and goings. It's like dead animals and body parts and stuff, so that could count, right?
She does.
Possibly.
Saw Winter's Wind and a blood-covered apron once. Thought it was
I'd like
taxidermy, but it could have been worse.
Yeah,
I like Jerry, and I'd like to give her the benefit of the doubt.
this,
Oh, for
Why
sure.
would she suddenly leave, though?
this Jarrett's
Yes,
nice.
that's what's bothering me. She shouldn't have to leave.
And you're sure that no one forced her to do so?
You mentioned you saw
Oh.
fur from Winter's Wind.
Yeah, I found Winter's Wind's fur stuck by a barrel, right? It was stuck on a barrel.
No signs of struggle?
She's a Tabaxi. They're very dexterous. I doubt she would have made a mistake and leave something like that behind, or at least get caught in the barrel, unless maybe she was panicking or
In a
she was
hurry.
forced to. Yeah.
Well,
Regardless,
if we are giving her the benefit of the doubt, if you were suddenly of knowledge that blood-grown mushrooms were found in your yard and now guards are sticking around, it would not be too weird to believe that they are looking for a scapegoat to blame it all on.
maybe.
I mean,
Maybe.
she was a bit eccentric, but I don't think she would have done that on purpose, right?
You know, I've known a lot of business people in my day, and Jarrett struck me as odd in one regard, is that most business people want you to trust them. But Jarrett, she kind of has her own thing going on.
Do you think she somehow managed to... This is a crazy theory. What if she was a double agent, you know?
Possible.
There's another
And that
Pikachu
she
shock face.
planned, and that she could have planted the mushrooms, well, not the mushrooms, the red caps nearby, so they can wreak havoc, as well as the other fake creatures that has been running amok around town, like the
Rum gremlin?
rum gremlins, yeah.
Well, I would say that the red cap started at Daisy Meadows, and there's like a really, really strong chance that we brought them into town like on our shoes, because they did spore.
Possibly, but still, it's... I'm just jumping the gun on things. Regardless, we have more bigger concerns.
Yes.
Yes.
Investigate her shop more when we get back to town, but we do need to meet with Warklegnaw first. Should we discuss what we want to present him with, how we want to try to vie for his favor, his aid?
Well, an apology is probably in order, because we did kill one of his Fomorians, and I may have gotten a little overzealous in my rescue mission. I kind of burnt a few of his guards to crisp.
I'm not apologizing. Those Fomorians are assholes. They tried to eat me.
Yeah, they were for the most part minding their own business
I
until we
don't
messed
know
with
that
them.
he'll mind too much about them. I mean, his gods themselves have said they're
Yeah,
kind of afraid of them. Did the two of
I imagine he
two of you
paid for them.
not think to bring the furbolg with you? I do not remember the name of the captive.
You're right. I should have thought about that. I'm terribly sorry. The Jarrett situation had my nerves and had my brain in a rack. I couldn't think properly at the time.
Well, we don't have to play all of our cards immediately. Maybe that will be a sign of trust after a whole discussion. That if we come to a conclusion, then we can hand over his one of his guys.
Well,
I think it's important that we start the conversation being entirely honest. The whole reason we fought them, engaged them, tricked them with the rum gremlin barrels, and went into their hideout, killed some of his men, was all before we knew why they were doing what they were doing. Now that we have hindsight and the truth, I don't think we would have made the same decision. I think what we would have done is what we're doing now. And if we tell him that, perhaps that can also be a sign of trust.
Agreed.
God.
Hmm?
Are you almost done cooking?
Are we almost done cooking, Minute? Or do you need my aid further?
Oh, it is needs to simmer and then 10 minutes.
Here, take the saffron. Very expensive. Be careful. What's up, Layla? Tell me this isn't another guiding bolt to the chest.
Oh, what?
You mean
It
to
was
the
to the
Nars?
crotch, but no. I just wanted to put the pressure on you and ask you, have you thought about what you're going to say to Warklegnaw and the direction you're going to take this conversation? It does kind of fall on your shoulders to make sure that goes well.
You doubt my abilities? No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
wanting
Sorry.
to know what your plan is so that we can back you up and say the right things to
It's
maybe turn the tide in our favor.
It's okay. I've been stressed. That was out of line. Yes. Plenty of points. Plenty of things to hark on. We've got Umeg and the lack of his blacksmith, the death of the Fen Hydra, a proof of our power. We've got personal stories from Soterian. We have the reason what happened with his eye. We have Barnabas to lay up with the claws that was made for him. And, of course, Orion, you are holding the golden leaf, correct? If you'd like, I can lay both of you up during the conversation. If not, I can continue to wax philosophy.
I thought you had the leaf.
Oh.
I think it's in your hat.
Don't put the saffron in.
Hmm?
And he plucks one of the one of the saffrons out.
Oh.
Yeah, all good.
Do you want me to hold on to that?
No, it's fine. It's safe with me.
Well, other than that, it seems you have quite the things in order.
Oh,
I actually can say I don't understand half of what you're planning to talk to him about, but if you need me to chime in, just nod my way.
Sure. I mean, you're very dire. You know, you've got that look about you. Something terrible has happened many times, and you have the scars to prove it. So, if while I'm speaking, you can really give that look you're giving me right now, while we speak about, you know, how the twin tusks
You want me
brought
to
Hilda.
look at
Warklegnaw
Warklegnaw with a confused expression?
With a confused conviction, if that's possible. Look, all of his people died by the Vrath family. It's only fair that, as we said, we would offer him some of the keep's fortune. And we all know that likely that little army force is giving it back, maybe, is that what they've got Warklegnaw for. But we need to assure him that we aren't Vrath. We aren't here to kill his people and make sure that they don't have any place in the world anymore. That they have a... I mean, we give him the keep entirely. I know Barnabas, you may not like that entirely. But let's be fair here. Probably most of that treasury is his.
I mean, we should say 50-50 on the treasure. Because they have been stealing from Drellin's Ferry and other people. So they do need to pay those back. But
of course.
whatever's left, I mean, they could have that and the keep.
What I understand, all that the Wraths took from them was land and, their people. They didn't necessarily take treasure. I don't know. I thought that was the Wraths' holdings that they liquidated was the whole thing about the treasure. They might not want it. They might not need it. They might just want revenge.
That's happy thoughts.
Well,
happy thoughts.
He is a bandit lord, isn't he?
I am prepared to part with half. I am amenable to these terms.
Good. That's the broad strokes. Of course, I'm gonna see how he feels, what he brings up first. I mean, if he comes up the gate putting out a weapon on me, I mean...
Dinner is served. And Minette starts passing out pork belly and turnip stew, seasoned with saffron and a number of other natural herbs that they were able to get together with your help guy. Cooking is intelligence based, so they're just going off their investigation. 23. So some pretty damn good food.
Quite good.
I am so tempted to change my follower to her.
Wait.
She's spoken for.
As a cook. Don't worry.
I think she's spoken for.
Damn it.
That's quite good. No, if you keep on your path, Minette, and you travel the world, I'm not sure how you're going to do that with all this, chaos happening around you. But if you need experiences and you need tales and far-cross recipes, I even know the forbidden/secret recipe of the Salem witch whiskies. So
Then that is the most enticing offer, but
Oh, you should make
once-
Gerard. He's really big, but his cooking, I could smell it from the
once
ruins. It was amazing.
Once we return to Drellin's Ferry, I am going to request the rescue of my master. I will not travel without him. I must ensure his safety.
Mm.
Oh, I did not mean to travel. I was just going to share my recipes, but if...
Oh, yes. Perhaps after the meal.
Miss Minette,
Mm-hmm.
this is the best meal I've ever had. Thank you.
Oh. You flatter, but thank you.
Don't.
So, Guy, and then she proceeds to show. She didn't have time to grab her cookbook at the way out, so she can't really show you a cookbook, but she does kind of talk to you about her training, some of her favorite recipes, that kind of stuff. But laments that her cook tool, her cook tools, her good ones. These are her, these are her keep with you just in case you got to cook something tools. Basically like SpongeBob spatula, he's always got it in his pocket kind of thing. Yeah, but her other stuff is still, she believes, back at the keep. And but she does share with you, she did train in the the Sapphire Seas and the Elven Isles, and so she's trained in sort of the high Elven school of cooking. So very French cooking. So
Got it.
A lot of seafood dishes, a lot of crustaceans, a lot of snails, that sort of thing. Whereas her master, he is sort of self-taught as you are, and since he hails from Red Rock, his his original cooking style was, of course, barbecue, because that's what Goliaths that live in the mountains in this region, that's what they're into. So very protein heavy, very meat heavy. The Goliaths raise these creatures called Bertes, which are a type of like a rocky sort of behemoth type creature. You have heard of them because Elsir Cross is actually very close to Red Rock. The meat is surprisingly tender, given how hard the skin of the Baroth is. And yeah, I'm actually saying the Baroth from Monster Hunter. That's
Okay.
yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
100% what I'm
That's
referring
what
to.
I
Yep.
figured.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, so she's telling you all. She's just telling you her whole fucking life, just her whole life story. She's just
Where were you from first, originally?
Oh, originally, I was from Denevar. My family is well-to-do, and fortunately, I had many sisters, so I was not needed to marry anyone. So I had the privilege of being able to pursue my dreams. Many of my sisters are jealous. When I made decision to leave Denevar after completing Colonenser school, especially in the company of such a strange and wonderful man, there was quite scandal, but you must follow your heart.
So aren't you from Denevar?
Oh yeah, I said I was from Denevar.
Barnabas
right. Isn't Barnabas?
Yes,
aren't
hello.
you also from Denevar?
Yes, that is correct.
Why do you not have a nice accent?
Oh no, I learned these. I spent so many years among the High Elves. It rubbed off on me. And she kind of clears her throat. She says, "But I am from Denevar."
We gnomes don't have time for such fanciful things as accents. We've got business on our mind. I don't know if gnomes have an accent.
Business.
Yes, I feel like that's what gnomes would sound like.
Definitely.
Oh, sorry. It's her name, which I think you did hear her when she introduced herself, is Rockafort, which you would actually know, Barnabas, that the Rockafort family is they're pretty well to do. Yeah.
Are they on the Council of Merchants?
They are on the Council of Merchants, but they control shipping. They have a shipping business. They own a fleet of ships. They're very
okay.
Yeah. She
I'm
must
surprised.
be the youngest of many daughters for the family to have not forced her into an arranged marriage for further gain, or she has some glaring personality defects that they felt would be too much of a risk if they forced her into a marriage.
It strikes me as curious that we've never crossed paths and rubbed elbows before.
Well, this is the third age of magic, and your family are smalls, so I mean, just kind of just throwing that out there. I mean, just that's probably more than likely the situation. So this is a well-established old human family, and they probably are holding on to some of their more archaic second age of magic values. She was probably kept very cloistered and then sent off to the Elven Islands to study. So whereas your family, they kind of indulged you a bit, if I'm recalling the story, that you were, and kind of let you pursue wherever your interests took you, which is not normally, like within a noble house, you are a cog in the machine of the house. You exist to further its benefit. So.
My parents thought it would lead to me becoming the best owner of the ball-bearing company, but man, it has not worked out that way so far.
Not so far, yeah. These nobles, they really struggle with their kids. All right. Does anybody want to perform any of the following camping actions? Somebody needs to be a lookout. Everyone needs to contribute to the building of the camp. It can be a strength, intelligence, or wisdom survival check, but all 6 of you must make it.
Okay.
Wisdom survival.
Because you have a ranger and a druid and a beast heart, the difficulty to make a perfect campsite is very, very low. So you guys would really have to screw up big time to not have this happen. All right, fantastic, acceptable, incredible.
You said a strength survival or strength?
It could be strength, intelligence, or wisdom to help set up the camp.
Okay.
Jert, not your best, but still better than most people could ever hope for. Thanlin, so much better than I anticipated. Layla, you must be very preoccupied. All right. With those checks, it is only a DC 5 for any camp activities that you guys decide to perform. But one of you must volunteer to be the lookout. The lookout makes an intelligence survival check to see if you are able to protect the camp against any potential dangers. That means if I roll a random encounter, that is the person that is checking to see if you are surprised by the random encounter, if you surprise the random encounter, or if it's just sort of, it's happening. No one's surprised. So before we move on to camp activities, who is going to be the lookout?
And the lookout would be a DC 5, correct?
Yeah, it's only a DC 5.
Oh,
So I feel like any one of us can do
I
it.
could do it and it automatically pass because I have a +7 with intelligence survival.
Also, with your party makeup of a beast heart, a druid, and a ranger, I will consider you to always have the tools, equipment, or magic that is necessary to help you have advantage on this check. Yeah, so it is a DC 5 with advantage. The only thing that you're missing out on as the lookout is you will not actually get to do any camp activities because you're going to be on lookout.
I don't think Orion really had anything that he was going to do, so I can be lookout.
And then, okay, and then Benoit, obviously, this is when
you know what I do.
Yeah, this is when you're doing your crafting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Second Warklegnaw.
Oh, very nice. Okay. Let's see. And I know there's a link for active crafting. Don't worry about that yet. It might not seem like it, but I am working on an update for the world patch. It should be done sometime this month. And that also is going to include a more streamlined like crafting and learning system, which is hopefully going to be pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah, and it'll have tracking and checks, and everyone will self-manage, but it'll allow everyone to constantly be learning and growing and building and all that good stuff. All right, Orion, you did it. You did it. I'll roll the random encounter in a second, but you feel confident that you're going to be aware of anything that comes your way. All right, so other things that could happen. Obviously, somebody already cooked food. And they cooked it really well. So there will be leftovers from cooking the food. Let's see.
Will there be? Claude's a big boy.
I was gonna say,
He's looking at that pot.
Oh yeah, cook a hot meal. There we go. You can cook a hot meal for everyone. If cooked successfully, everyone gets 1 hit die back. All right, so if anybody was missing a hit die, you can get a hit die back from cooking a hot meal. All right, so you don't have to roll on that because somebody else did the cooking for you this time. Other things that you could do, you could brew drinks. So the 3 options here are you create some additional rations. Honestly, in this party, with the team nature, I think they're just passively creating rations constantly. So I don't know if you need to worry about this one or not. You can brew a bomb, which is essentially a very crappy healing potion. It heals 1d4 plus 1 hit points. You can only benefit from it once per day. And if you brew it as your camp action, you could make two of these, and they have a shelf life, I believe, of 1 day.
Damn, that's better than my class feature.
I was gonna say, would that be in addition to Jerks?
Well, that's an addition. Yeah, that's an addition.
Yeah, let's do that. Hell yeah, we've got a bunch of files
of
healing.
To do this, it does say Wisdom Survival, but honestly, this is pretty outdated. You do have to use Brewer's Tools. You have to be proficient in Brewer's Tools to attempt to do this. Yeah. It's part of trying to make tools actually important, or not important, but at least a bit more relevant. Same thing with cooking. You definitely want to have actual cooking or cook's utensils proficiency for that. Let's see. So the other options that you could do are play music. So you basically just play an instrument that you're proficient in, and you do a performance check. And if you do, you can give one other person besides yourself or the lookout a point of inspiration. This is a DM inspiration.
Oh shit!
Yeah. You can tell a story. This would be a charisma performance check. If you're proficient in Arcana, History, or Religion, you can attempt this to tell a story. And if you do well, you inspire someone besides you or the lookout. That person can gain a point of inspiration. Repairing and crafting, you already got a guy who handles that, so don't worry about that stuff. And then playing a game, you can game against somebody else. Nobody requires proficiency for this, but inevitably it is going to be an intelligence. And then if you have proficiency in the particular game, check, highest roll wins. If you win the game, you feel inspired, you get a point of inspiration. And then finally, you could relax in a solitude, which anyone can attempt. You make a raw wisdom check, and if you succeed, you get a point of inspiration. And it's a DC 5, so pretty good chance. Once you guys have all performed your camping action, you then try to get some sleep. There's literally a skill check to see if you could sleep well. The DC is 5 because you built a perfect campsite, and then you do get a hit die back. The reason that getting hit die back is so important is because normally when you take a long rest, you only get back half of your hit dice. So these are opportunities to get more than half of your hit dice back. That'll become more and more important as you have more and more hit dice and more things pulling on your hit dice.
Succeed the cost.
Yep. All right. So I guess going down the row of people, let's see what we got here. Barnabas is crafting. Thandlin, what are you doing?
He's going to he'll tell a story about the days of his father, who was a guard before him before he left to become a merchant.
Hmm.
Just a small story of him and a couple of guards running into some bandits who were robbing a caravan full of children and a couple.
Okay. Is this based off of your proficiency in Arcana, History, or Religion?
History, from what he remembered.
Okay. Are you proficient in history?
No.
Oh. In order to tell a story worthy of inspiring, you got to be proficient in Arcana, History, or Religion. Oh, sorry, or carrying an interesting book. I guess I would allow a personal story, but it's going to be a disadvantage for sure.
Okay.
It's only a DC 5. You should be fine. Give me a charisma for performance check.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. 15. That's a very good story. You talk about your ancestors and their adventures, essentially. Okay. Who do you inspire with this story?
I'm going to.
It can't be you, and it can't be Orion.
Jert.
Okay. Jert, you are inspired by Thandlin's story about his family, and maybe it makes you think about your family, and then I don't know, sad. Okay. So Jert, what do you do during the camp?
I don't want to step on Guy's toes here.
Okay.
But Jert digs through his backpack. He pulls out a small instrument case.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to try to play the lute.
Oh, all right. So go ahead and give me, it says, since you're just using the instrument itself, it's going to be a dexterity performance.
Okay. And I'm proficient with that. There. And I'll change that back to charisma.
Oh, very nice. 19. That's a wonderful performance. Guy, you had maybe you had an idea. Maybe you didn't. But as a performer, this Jert Bandit, he's got some skills.
He plays a melancholy tune on the lute after being kind of drawn into reverie by the story that was told.
Nice. And who do you inspire with your performance?
I think I'll inspire Barnabas because he's been doing a lot and given Jared a lot of like items and help. So I'll give him inspiration.
All
Thanks,
right.
bud.
Fair enough. Okay. That brings us to Layla. What do you do on the during camp?
What was Guy doing?
We don't know yet. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, seeing Guy is not occupied with anything visibly. Layla would kind of saunter up to him, ask if he'd like to just waste some time playing some liar's dice.
Oh, yes. Do you know how to play?
She will pull out like a $50 set of liar's dice. And
Oh, damn!
I know how to play.
Guy will smile and say, "If you know, then I know." And he will do the exact same motion, and he'll copy your proficiency, and then also use his
By the way,
creation.
this is absolutely because she learned this from fucking street rats and like kids and gang members. This is like the cutthroat fucking like fillet your fingers. Not really,
my
you know what I mean
God.
though. You know what I mean
Yeah,
though. It's just
yeah.
like super cheaters liar's dice. It's definitely not like the official like tournament sanctioned version, but it
Oh, yeah.
works.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
personality-wise, is this like when Jake the dog introduced like Finn to was it card what was the name of their card game? But he just goes completely like he just flips like 180 and he's suddenly like the most competitive extreme gamer of like all time. All right. I guess give me these are intelligence based, so it's going to be
and of course you
intelligence
copied me, so we both have proficiency.
Yeah, and Guy doesn't have a set, but he would clap his hands together, and then he'd reach towards his waist, and he'd pull out, and you'd see it's probably still crystallizing, his own set that he would use his reflection of creation to make, so he could play
Nice.
with you.
13.
All right.
All right, it's an intelligence check, and you're considered proficient, right?
Yeah, so you get a +3 to your roll.
All right, I'm just gonna count it as an int save. If that's all right.
Sure.
Oh
my
Oh,
God.
damn.
Oh wow, Layla. I don't know what kind of a sport you are, but you were destroyed.
Rounds.
He wipes away a tear. She looks at Guy. She says, "Yeah, it's about what I figured. You're the best liar I've ever met."
What?
You're pretty good at it.
All right, Guy, you get the inspiration from
Well,
playing.
I've
the game.
learned everything I need to know about you now.
What? This was all you.
Wow.
I learned everything I know from you. Literally.
The student becomes a master so quickly.
Guy, you don't have to
I
keep
know.
lying. The game's over.
Oh,
What?
damn.
All right. Okay.
All right, so during the night, I will check to see if there's any random encounter. All right, here we go. As far as you know, there was no random encounter last night, according to your very attentive and alert Claude and Orion guards.
I'm
I'll
sorry,
be
did-
honest, Claude slept the whole time.
Yeah.
Did we set up in the ruins or outside of them?
No, like by your travel pace,
Yeah.
you guys were still along the river at this point. You
Okay,
guys, you guys
yeah.
kind of came inland a little bit and found like a little copse of trees to set up in.
Gotcha.
So you wouldn't just be out in the open.
Mhm.
All right, everybody, give me a Constitution saving throw to see if you successfully sleep. The DC is a 5.
Oh, nice.
Is there a disadvantage if wearing armor?
So technically, yes.
I cannot fail.
I shouldn't take my armor off.
I
Yeah,
still
you can't
pass.
fail up.
Wait, does it depend on the type of armor? Like, is leather okay, or is it just all?
I believe leather is okay. Let me double check. Wearing armor while great defense does not make comfortable sleeping attire. No, it's all armor. If you choose to keep your armor on while you sleep, you must roll sleeping check with disadvantage.
All right. I guess I'll take it off. Not that I rolled high.
As Barnabas sees everyone taking off armor to go to bed, he'd be like, "Yo, in the future, I might be able to fix that. I think I can make armor comfortable enough to sleep in."
Be useful.
Phelan will high five you as he falls asleep.
Oh, I have special plans for you.
So what we're gonna yeah, worth mentioning. So the craftsman and the crafting and the adjusting of items in the changes I'm doing, items are gonna have a certain amount of like modifications they could have, and then sort of like gem slots or whatever, and then in other games, and you basically will just do you want your armor to do this? And then you make it like that. But if they decide, hey, could you do this instead? You would sort of like remove the one modification out of the other. So there'll be based on quality of the item, that'll be how many modifications it could have on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night, Jurt is going to ensure that he gets up at some point and is going to make sure Umeg is up to some shit.
Oh, yeah.
Trust him.
Okay.
Good call.
So you find Umeg, right where you left him. He is sleeping, sitting up, his back against that boulder, his butt against the fallen tree. And as you approach, he kind of opens an eye, a bit, and nods to you as you approach.
I nod. And then
he says, "Oh, chicken in on me then."
He nods again. Didn't mean to wake you.
Oh, it's hard to sleep.
Is it?
Yes. You're still quite a young human boy, but I could see in your eyes that you've seen enough to understand.
I see. Well, Thanlin trusts you, and I suppose I should. Well, then why did he bring you?
He brought me because his lady love sent me, but also because he wanted a bargaining chip with Warklegnaw. I've seen Thanlin's type plenty of times. Back when I was a soldier, there were so many leaders who viewed each and every man and woman under their command as a resource, as a tool, as a weapon. That's all I am to him. That's all I've ever been to most.
What do you want to be?
He kind of like grimaces a bit, and he says,
I'm too old, and my path too well worn to be anything but what I am. It's a fool's errand to look down paths you can no longer walk.
Jurt sits in a little bit longer silence, considering those words. Sorry to disturb your sleep.
he nods and closes his eyes again.
And then Jurt will go back to bed.
Jurt, you'd probably hear guys singing in the middle of the night. Softly, but still sings in the middle of the night. For whatever
Are you a
reason.
sleep? Are you a sleep singer?
Sleep singing.
No, he has a routine every night.
Oh.
That he does not stop without fail. He'll always do that.
Okay.
Oh.
Cool. I will say also, because I don't want to leave Minette hanging, I did intend to, while playing Liar's Dice, teach her Zaveria, a high elf on the sea, her cinnamon bruee, which is the elvish dish that he knows, and would let her know that he's also met a couple of elves. So,
Not only do you thrash me while giving a cooking lesson.
Damn.
All right. It looks like each of you has rolled in for sleeps. Everyone sleeps pretty well except Orion. Makes sense because you were on watch. And Layla, who I guess haunted by just how badly you were defeated at your favorite game. You guys still all managed to sleep and therefore regain 1 additional hit die. And then you gain the benefits of your long rest, which means you would get half of your hit dice, rounded down? I think they still round down on hit dice.
Yeah.
Rounded up? I think that's the only thing they round up on is hit dice. So you would get back 3 hit dice. So you guys should be full hit dice coming out of this.
Speaking of hit dice, I was wondering if on nights where I know I'm going to be topped off in the morning, could I just give a bunch of hit dice to my patron, and knowing I'm just gonna be full in the morning, and just to give her a little extra
I like
something?
the role play of that, and there's a slight risk because if you are caught out by an encounter at night, and she would appreciate feeding off of your life essence.
Yes, and I'd love to pay her back for getting us out of Warklegnaw's clutches. So
okay, that's fantastic. Mechanically, if you could just keep a tally of how many hit dice you're feeding her, that would be very useful.
You got it.
All right.
And we just how many hit dice do we unlock that alternate boss fight?
All right. So morning comes, and I believe the time of day. Gosh, this is me reaching really far back in my brain. The time of day that you arranged for this meeting, was it? I want to say was it high noon? Was it? That sound right to everybody?
Works for me. Fuck it.
Yeah, I didn't open noon.
Okay. All right. So you guys will need to hustle a little bit to get from your campsite to the location, but that should be fine. So,
yeah, Jert's up early, breaking rations in half. Like, all right, let's go. Everyone.
All right. You guys are up at 6. You got to make it it's gonna be a hustle. It's gonna be a hustle. But you, so you guys, give me a one person repping all of the party with advantage. Give me a wisdom survival, and based on how that goes, you will either be somehow miraculously 10 minutes early, otherwise you will be on time, and then increasingly late depending on how the check goes.
Sure
I'll do it.
You can't roll below a 10, right?
Oh, then
I
sure.
can't.
Only sorry. Only because of his feature.
You can roll it. Go for it.
No.
I don't want to.
Damn, bad at liar's dice, bad at survival. I don't know what's going on here.
This is an extended check. Can it not be guidanced?
Wait, Layla, but you could at least tell everybody what the weather's going to be like.
Oh, man. I could.
I rely on you for that.
But
I mean, that could be
I'll just
useful
keep that
for
information
us.
to myself, Crash.
Oh, damn. You're just keeping it to yourself. Okay.
Wow.
But what if it rains and the gun I don't use doesn't work?
It's worse than that, small person. Because there are strong winds that day that you were not prepared for, and you are climbing some treacherous terrain.
If it's gonna be bad, I'll let them know.
Okay, yeah. And it is it's only going to be 85 degrees at a high today because you're going into the hills, and there's going to be this cold ass wind coming down from the mountains. It will reach speeds of up to 24 miles per hour today.
If Barnabas would like a ride on Claude while we're going up, you are welcome.
I wouldn't mind. I don't think that environmental protects me from wind.
All right, so with your check, Jert, you guys do arrive right at noon. Well done. I will take you guys over to the ruins of Slatehold. All right. Let's see.
Oh no.
I was updating the journal. Why'd you say, oh no?
Orion.
Oh.
Yeah, an old face.
All right, now where? Wait a minute.
Quick,
Where's our friend?
Put on the disguise.
Nah. They know it's me. They know my face now. It's too late.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
All right. So I have this adorable Santa Claus, Warklegnaw, and then I was digging through files, and I found the old picture from the first time I ran this of Warklegnaw, and he definitely looked a lot more rough and
Ooh.
hardcore.
Gosh.
Yeah, he looked a lot more rough and hardcore. He looks a bit softer and more Santa Clausy this time. He does have that sort of Odin missing eye thing that I was kind of into, but just to kind of give you a little bit of history, that was him.
This fucking bird has antlers. That's cool as fuck.
Yeah. All right. So he is there. With him are attendants, and there are scouts everywhere. And I think he left everyone else back at base in case this was a trick. So,
Can we look around the entrance or anything for signs of our ogre and owlbear friends?
Oh, great points. Looking around, you do not see any sign of them. All right. He watches you approach.
And approach we do. No arms drawn.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He gives you a bro nod as you approach. He stands about 8 feet tall. He is somehow still a medium creature. Thank you, Jeremy Crawford. And he is a bit imposing. He carries a staff. The staff is overgrown with all manner of fungi. Anyone trained in knowledge nature, you recognize some of them immediately as being quite poisonous. You also see that growing on his armor and even patches on his cloak are more patches of lichen and fungus. All right. As you approach, he looks all of you over, and your allies kind of come up. He notices
getting claw formation.
Yeah. He notices Umeg's in the back there, and his face kind of sours a bit. And then he looks at all of you and he says, in the common tongue of the region, "I see that you are formidable. I suppose then I feel vindicated at my losses. It was obviously a mistake to take you alive."
We are not here to capitalize or to fight. But I have to say, I've heard many legends of you as a traveler of the Vale. It's good to meet an old hero, no matter the state that they're in.
I will confess that my curiosity was piqued by your display of cleverness and violence.
One could say we are experts at it. But first, a gift for you. And Guy would approach him.
He raises a hand and says,
We are of the Fey folk. I am cautious of gifts. Know that I will reserve the right to refuse it.
Of course. You need not be thankful. It's simply a token from an old friend who very much wished to see you again, but could not accompany us. And he'll throw the feather, or the leaf, I should say, into the air, and it will, I assume, on the wind from the way that Guy throws it, kind of whistle, and he'll even speak in Sylvan, trying to guide it along to Warklegnaw.
Oh, and then, to complete the cinematic effect, the antlered sparrow will snatch it out of the air and bring it to its master. And then resume perching on his shoulder. It always sits on his left shoulder, because, he's missing his left eye. And he looks at it, and his face is dour as he stares at it.
Short stuff is still alive, then. That's good.
Still quite short. Not in stature, in teaching.
His people are so short-lived, I would have thought he'd have died by now.
We live a bit longer than humans.
Hey. He chuckles and says,
Aye. You are the butterfly, and they are the mayfly. In the end, you're dust.
I hate to break reminiscence, but we do know the history. At least, many of us have cared to learn it. We know what happened with Routh. We know why your motives are the way they are. We do not doubt them, and cannot even say that they aren't justified, to a certain extent. We even meant to speak with you before coming into any blows. But unfortunately, the men that you had ambush us were more than ready for bloodshed before speaking.
As they were trained.
As
We
they
can
were
only
trained.
trust ourselves. I gave peace a chance. Centuries passed, and I let my anger settle. It never abated, but I learned to control it. I locked it away. I even tried for redemption. I journeyed to Sechirs and others, and performed heroism and acts of bravery. But every time I looked into the face of some human, I remembered that rage could never go away. And so in the end, I left the Fellowship, returned to my forest. I walked a dark path for a long time.
And do you think this Ghost Lord will do anything but fester and capitalize on your anger?
I have given it much thought. For I may be a fool, but I am also wise. The deal I struck with him so long ago is one I can never extract myself from. Like a fine white hart whose leg is snared. I have thought often of chewing off my own limb to escape. But I am crippled enough. Instead, I take the gifts that are given, and I use them to my own ends, and to aid my people. I believe him when he says that the darkness comes for this veil, that we must prepare.
You
And
already know that darkness, don't you? You made a deal with it.
Hmm?
You think that the Red Hand is going to be abated and will leave you and your people?
You know much more than I anticipated.
I also know that a dragon didn't inflict a certain wound. Not that I wish to explain in front of your colleagues. Sir Tyrion is also wise. And we broke him out of his shell. He is looking towards the future for once. And I hope, as a part of his old fellowship, you can too. It's never too late.
I am looking to a future. I am fortifying my people. We will endure this coming storm, as the Tirikator did, the orcs. I've learned my lesson. It is best to only watch out for yourself, you and yours and your own. To risk your life for others is folly. This one can tell you. This one knows.
And he motions to Umeg.
You mold yourself after him.
Nay. I mold myself after one who does not wish to see any more of his people slaughtered.
Then you are down the wrong path. You are working with the slaughterers.
Nay. The Ghost Lord is many things, but he would never, ever align himself with such fiends. For in life he was an elf, and they would never stand with such filth as the hobgoblins, or whatever master they are serving.
And you aren't as well?
Aren't what?
Your twin tusks are not working with the Red Hand? Not with the
Of course not! How dare you? Everything we have done is in preparation of their arrival. We need to shore up supplies, so that we may hide underground within the Witchwood. Using the techniques of the dwarves and the elves to ensure our own survival.
You would hide, just like that.
And you're so certain that you can hide from this enemy, it is organized and unified, and this veil will not stand separated.
There will be more tempting targets on the surface.
They will find you.
And what makes you think they just let you bury underground? You'd have to contest with them. You'd be fighting on two fronts.
I would like you to consider that you don't need to simply supply yourself, that if we all worked together, we could supply each other. And I'd like to offer you something as a token of that. And Barnabas walks forward and says, I apologize for the men that I took from you. I was only seeking to protect my friends. And Sir Tyrion told me that you fancied these at one point. Maybe they're not the most effective weapons, but he hands you two clawed gauntlets to him that are appropriately sized for a Furble, because Sir Tyrion gave him a scope of what he looked like. And I call them the Warklegnaws. You can call them whatever you want, but I thought you might enjoy these, and you might take them as a good gesture of our partnership.
When you say the word Warklegnaw, this guy laughs. Warklegnaw gives him a side glance, like, really? Really? But when he looks upon them, his one remaining eye widens and glistens, wet with tears unshed. He reaches forward. Well, he crouches down.
I'm at knee height.
And he reaches forward to take the gloves, the gauntlets, and he inspects them. And you see him smile, and it is the smile of youth and happiness and Christmas morning. And he says, "In my youth, I fashioned a similar pair of gauntlets. I even dug them out when I tried my hand at adventuring. I thought I could fight up front like a beast without having to be a beast. It was foolish, I suppose, but I enjoyed it. Sir Tyrion told you then?"
Yes, he does remember you very fondly.
"This is a thoughtful gift. I am moved by this kindness.
He
We want-
means
You go, guy. You go, guy.
he means to see you again. Wishes to reunite. Not rekindle the fellowship, perhaps. That is too far. He has a great home, and he has aided us. He has also taken up his hands against the hobgoblins. They have planted things all across the Witchwood, all around our home, and I assume around yours too. And Sechirs has begun to root them out.
Who has planted these?
The hobgoblins. Dangerous creatures known as redcaps.
I know these creatures.
The bloodshed that you have spilt, out of necessity, I assume, over these many, many years, likely has made a good feeding ground for them, as my allies here have told me, Layla and Dirk. And you are not safe where you're at. We do not wish to fight you, nor to stand opposed or even segmented. We have the aid of the dwarves likely on our side already. The elves mean to meet with us. Despite everything, they mean to meet with us before fleeing. If you come to Drellin's Ferry, I take you to Sir Tyrion. He can tell you the situation. And perhaps, and I know, your people would be safer. And we can work towards a future where you would have a home, and so would your tusks.
Blood soaks downward, Warklegnaw, into the soil, into the ground. If you hide beneath it, it will cover your heads, your hands, and your feet in the blood of everyone on the surface. You could be like the elves and the dwarves of old, and disappoint the Vale, or you could prove that you're better than them, that the furbolgs represent the best.
My people have no place in Drellin's Ferry. We have made dangerous allies. They would not be welcome.
We'll make you a place in Drellin's Ferry.
If you don't mind my asking, where did you acquire those Fomorians?
My patron is owed favors by many. They are on loan from Queen Sethlin of the Fae. The Fae Dark, to be specific. An underground realm of spores and shadows and nightmares.
We can't keep your more interesting and disparate allies in town. I think it might be wise to make a camp for you and yours near the ferry. That way, if we are attacked, we can present a united front.
I see. So you see us as additional reinforcements for that ant hill.
I see you. I'll speak for myself. I see you and yours as allies in a war to come that will, if we do not stand together, wipe all of us out.
We'd actually considered, if the attacks hold off long enough, and we get you settled, then perhaps together we could take back the old keep and give it to you.
Take the keep back from the Red Hand?
We've already killed their Hydra.
It's just a scouting party as well, not their main force.
It seems to be being used as an outpost to fund other scouts that are in their area. We don't know their numbers, but we know at least some types of the forces that they have there. especially a bugbear named Koth, if that rings any bell.
It does not. We have not been interested in the scouting and gathering of information, simply the acquisition of supplies to see us through the coming war.
We can help each other out. Our information, your allies and resources.
My mind still mules over the claims about the dwarves. This one has told me much about its people. More than I knew myself. I doubt that they will be roused to do anything but shut their gates.
Not if we have anything to say about it, and his old friend.
Umeg's not more than anyone should know exactly who we have as a playing card in that scenario.
I have been in their halls. I have played in his court. They know me, maybe as a passing figure, but they will know us as heroes of their people for what we have done. They will not close their gates.
As you say, they will not close their gates. You hear a chuckling scoff from Umeg Stormsteel, who then spits a dwarven wad upon the ground, which is a bigger wad of spit than most species could produce. Almost like a Dilophosaurus or whatever the fuck they are. So much, just a big fat wad. And then he says, "You speak of a king who's the king of cowards. I don't know what kind of song and dance you plan to do there, Sir Guy. But it ain't gonna be enough. That king only cares about two things. Gold and his own miserable life. There's no profit to him having the dwarves stick their neck out again. He spent 500 years watching a kingdom fall apart and rebuilding it. And when they rebuilt it, it was for one purpose. To shore up defenses in case something like that ever happened again. I don't need to bore you with the details of my life. But I'll tell you this. The dwarves of the Southern Holds, they're no friends to you. Nor I. Nor anyone.
You made it easy. You say all they care about is gold and his own life. Hard to have either of those when an army is marching over all potential outside resources, all trade routes. Just a thought.
As the Jurt says, everything he cares about is already at risk. And his best childhood friend is all that we need for him to believe us. Maybe he wouldn't believe us from our mouths. He certainly wouldn't believe it from yours, Umeg.
Umeg, you once led a rebellion against him, is that not correct?
Yeah.
Are there not others that feel similarly to you, that want a king of greater action, that might want to be involved in the ongoing affairs of the world?
Oh, there's plenty. But I don't know if right now is the time for a civil war. As much as I'd like to see that despot tossed into his own pools of lava, I'd sooner stand with him against the oncoming forces of evil. We could sort out the rest when it's over.
You say that the southern dwarves are not allies to us, but what of the northern holds? Do they favor us more?
They're all under the rulership of the king. But nay, the northern holds, The dwarves there, they've lived above ground for generations. They have soft hearts and wish that our people were kinder and better integrated with the rest of the Vale. It was they I championed when I stood against the king's rules. But they are simple farmers and miners. If you truly want the might of the dwarves, then you must meet with the king.
Despite everything that this sot has done, Warklegnaw, you must at the very least understand that he proves an example. The fact that he would throw away his life's work and the man he hates the most, at least stem it off until the war is over. Somehow I hope, weirdly, that this can translate to you. I don't ask you to let go of your hatred. You've held on to it far long enough. It won't go away so easy. But you know more than any of us what's coming. Maybe you can come with us and meet the elves. Help us gain their ally. And with that, more reinforcements.
I am much too old to go adventuring again. I will... I ask an hour's time to think.
Guy looks around to his party.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Jurt nods.
Yep.
You may have your time.
Decision to be made lightly. But while you do, did you see an ogre and an owlbear?
Yes, we saw them on our way here. I recognized them right away. My men wanted to put them down for deserting us, but I spared them. If you care that much, head north of here. They are wandering aimlessly amongst the rocks and ruins.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So they go inside, that they're gonna have a meeting.
Yeah, we gotta respect the villain huddle.
Yeah.
The anti-hero huddle.
yeah, because no villain really ever thinks of the villain. Okay.
All right. This armored Fomorian just stands in front of the entrance with his arms crossed.
Should we go get our friends?
Ryan's just mean mugging that Fomorian.
Yeah, its eyeballs like just checking all you guys out, like fucking Mad Eye Moody style, just like like swiveling around, keeping an eye on everybody.
Yeah, I would turn around and sigh.
I think that went pretty well.
If you want,
It's not over yet.
if you want me to keep buttering him up, I can always play a song of his fellowship.
What else do we have? We did all the memories, gave him the leaf, the gauntlets.
I think we played everything we had.
Now we just wait.
I wish druids were easier to pay off. Just give them gold. It's so much easier.
Barnabas, not everyone can be paid with gold. Some people find things more valuable than gold.
There's nothing more valuable than
I think
gold.
a druid
It is value.
specifically would find that insulting.
You can usually buy off druids with land.
That would work a lot better.
Safe point.
What do you want to do about our ogre and Albert allies to the north?
Let them wander, I suppose.
I can go fetch them if needed.
Or the sight of traitors likely isn't going to be good.
Right, and we can't bring them back to Drellin's Ferry either. This
They'll
could
be
just
fine
be
on their own.
where we part ways, I guess.
Fanlin's going to walk next to Umeg and just stare off and just say to him, I had no idea you felt that way about your own king, nor the fact that you led a rebellion against him.
He just shrugs. I saw something was wrong, and I tried to fix it, and I failed.
I know you're labeled a villain by your people, but I understand that those are often the circumstances of victory and defeat, and I respect what you did to make a difference for your people.
As do I.
Guy is gonna pull out his mirror. A bit weird in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna look into it for a second, just kind of look around, and then he'll.
alright?
Guy will look over. Yes, just looking for someone. And he'll keep it out and put it on his hip. And he will pull out his instrument of choice, and he'll begin to pluck once or twice, and then he'll say, I know a few songs I don't know the translation to anymore. I was thinking about singing over the beauty of the Witchwood, if any of you have any suggestions.
For after this.
Hmm?
I mean, we're going to have to organize something between Warklegnaw and the council, using Sechirs as a middleman. But once that's handled, I think we should go to the Witchwood.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to remind him of the beauty of the forest.
What do you mean?
Well, I have quite moving singing, magical even, and I thought maybe while he's talking, something as,
He
shall we
likes
say,
small animals.
Hmm,
He has a
Yes.
soft spot for them.
I
Something
see now.
involving them would be beneficial.
Orion, you're up.
Guy would look over.
I'm not even sure how to respond to that.
How about let's see. I was actually writing a bit of something, but I think that there's an old tale similar here. Yes, the Prince and the Painted Lion. I think that'll do. And Guy will pluck some strings, and he'll sing in Sylvan, and he'll use his creation of reflection of creation to make something that would boom his voice a little bit, or at least give it some bass.
Mm-hmm.
And while his party's speaking, to give them some cover on whatever they want to talk about, so nobody's listening, and to tug on the heartstrings of Warklegnaw, he'll sing.
All right. So, does anything else? Well, give me a performance check for sure, and then, while this is happening during the 1 hour of time, does anybody have any other things that they're want to discuss, or once we see what that performance is, we can kind of see where things go from there?
Orion was just going to kind of pass around the area just to make sure that the place is just us and work on those forces, that there's not anything else around the area. So he'll go out scouting for a little bit.
Okay, give me a wisdom survival. There are at least a dozen other Furbolg scouts nearby that could arrive, mechanically in like three or so rounds if a fight broke out.
Fair. But aside from those those Furbolgs, nothing else that's weird or standing out.
You do. It's a fantastic survival check. You do find Wyvern sign. So
a bit of like claw marks, poop, and scale like slash skin bits that indicate that there are wyverns in the area.
Just per chance, what color are these scales?
They seem to be brown.
Okay. All right, then yeah. When Orion comes back, he'll inform the party of what.
Like you could take the scales with you, but they're not of any like good quality. They're totally just like
it was more of, am I sure it's wyvern or is it dragon scales? I have no idea, but they're scales. So I was just curious of what kind of color.
Yeah, I mean, with your survival check, that's kind of taking into account like that you know a bit about the region and like what likes to live in this area.
Oh, okay.
Like you're you're pretty sure it's just wyverns.
Okay, cool. Then we'll just report whatever he found back.
I mean, according to stories, dragons don't even poop. They're such a perfectly evolved creature that they don't even have waste matter. It's incredible.
Oh, where the fuck did that come from?
I assumed they had a cloaca. Wow.
I mean, how do they get fucked by bards if they don't have a cloaca? I mean, jeez, yeah.
So I'll look over to Guy just to make sure.
Layla would would ask if Umeg.
That's not official lore, by the way. Obviously, dragons go to the bathroom, but it might be kind of cute if Orion did not know 100% about dragons at this point.
Oh yeah, so, I imagine he's only heard, but he has no like.
Yeah, I mean, you have no training in Arcana or anything else like that. So yeah.
Same way that girls don't poop.
Unless there's a cup around, then they're fine. Anyways, all right.
Thank you so much, Crash.
Yeah, no problem. So you bring back that information to the others, and the hour is winding down.
Layla would like to pull, if they would allow, Barnabas and Umeg aside for a side conversation.
Okay.
Barnabas has just been nervously pacing and smoking like 10 cigarettes while he waits.
Umeg does ask for a cigarette.
He gives him one.
Oh, yeah. He makes the sigh that only a person addicted to tobacco could make when they finally have some tobacco after a while.
I know that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on day 3 of quitting, so.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Layla?
Umeg, I would hope for the best with your Dwarven King, but your words, they, much like Warklegnaw's and others, spiteful, but with a bearing of historical truth based on your experience. I think it is best to have a contingency and second plan in place for when we do eventually reach the dwarves. If we cannot convince the king, no matter what we try, without giving up too much, would you at least be willing to speak on our behalf to the farmers, miners, and laymen, so that at least they would pick up arms?
He stares at you, and he says, I know that I have been handed over to the Stanley Vanderbilt as my punishment for crimes against humans and human lands. But I tell you, if you intend to bring me to the northern holds, to the Dwarven Kingdom, you're going to be starting something. I was banished, exiled. Just a mere mention of my name might stir things up. But to see my face, to see me walking across their boundaries and borders, I don't think it's going to have quite the reaction you're hoping for.
No, it probably will have the reaction I'm expecting, which is not one I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm asking.
Yeah, you can always set me free.
If he perceives you as our ally, he would probably not look favorably upon us.
I'll talk to Thanlin about it.
His eyes get shifty, and he looks at you, Barnabas, and he says, "Oh, so you're thinking of handing me over then?
Oh,
Nice.
no. Just
Actually, my thought was, again, perhaps you could speak on our behalf to the miners and laymen that you so lit a fire in before, so that when we go to visit the king, you stay on the hillside, speak with those dwarves, and if worst comes to worst, we at least have them. And, in doing so, I'm sure, between Barnabas and I, and the time it will take to travel to such a point, we can convince them that you will have earned your sentence and freedom by then.
I would sooner see the northern hold crushed under the greedy boot of that no-good king than have them throw their lives away on a fool's errand. If you cannot muster all the dwarves, I do not feel that sending what few of the northern holds could be swayed into battle is the right thing to do.
You did it before.
I did it against the king. It was dwarf business.
Do dwarves have the right to challenge their leaders for the right to take ownership of it?
We're not orcs.
Okay. I don't know much about your culture.
Just trying to make it.
There's a bloodline of kings and queens that must be observed.
Fine. What is the next one in line? What are they like? Hypothetically speaking.
He has a son and a daughter. The son is being groomed for rulership, and the daughter is a priestess of Moradin. Of the two, I'd say the daughter is the better half. But they've both been raised by their father to care only for the fate of their own people. They stalwartly support his stance on living apart from the others. If you could just see for yourselves the defenses that have been built there, you'd understand that when they close those gates, it's over.
Do you feel confident that those gates could repel an invasion of great magnitude?
Easily. 100 times for 100 years.
Perhaps this time, this is the war in which all walks of life form together at these gates. Last time we were called, we did not answer, but perhaps this is the time in which we unify together at that.
It's certainly a beautiful thought now, isn't it?
Idealistic, I suppose. Wishful.
Why don't you see how you could do with this old giant before you go thinking about swaying entire kingdoms and kings?
Best to think forward, Umag. Else you get lost and become a bandit and a pirate, a wandering disparate without a hopeful future. And the next thing you know, you're being plucked at the strings of some ill-fated group, wondering, when will it all end? Will my life have been worth anything?
I understand that what you're doing you think is very clever. But I know you're just talking about me. You don't have to make it sound like a random example that just happens to be me. It's ridiculous. Also, those who look too far in the distance often trip because they're not looking in front of them. Take that wisdom and shove it up your ass, druid. Mm-hmm.
And he storms away.
God.
Damn. Feisty.
All right.
She's all smiles because she knows she just made friends with that dwarf.
Friendship
Alright.
and
That's
hatred.
what that was.
An hour passes. The Warklegnaw appears for the roots.
I will say quick.
Oh yeah.
I didn't roll a performance check at all, but
Uh-huh.
what I was curious on, I kind of wanted to try to do something. Is it possible, when he's going over there, I'm within 60 feet of him, could I nab his history or his religion, copy it, and then sing a song from his childhood that he might have,
I'm gonna say that something that personal would probably necessitate like a saving throw. I know that you're going off of homebrew material, which invites me as the DM to
exactly.
mitigate it as I see fit. But yeah, I feel like in that particular instance, knowing a skill versus knowing someone's intimate personal details are completely different things.
Awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So guy then would
Is-
tap his hip. Oh, sorry, Barb.
I was gonna say, is there any way I can offer guidance in his attempts, or is this a long-term check?
Do you want to use guidance to boost the DC of someone else's spell ability? That's not how guidance works.
Unfortunate. No, guy would just instead of doing that, because it's a bit too deep, then he wants to try his powers.
Okay.
He's gonna tap his hip with the mirror out and kind of whisper to it, "That would be a great time for a duet." And then he tried to sing, not expecting an answer.
Mhm.
And that would be when he'd do his performance.
Okay.
Singing a song of small animals and their trials and tribulations through nature.
Sure. Let's see. Okay. I am going to. That's a great performance, by the way. I will have him make a save. Hold on. Here we go. Man, that's the clackiest clack save in a while. So he got a 19. So I'm going to say that concentrating on him, singing, trying to sort of pull a bit more from this guy from the time that you were watching him and interacting with and studying with him. All you were able to glean as you kind of take history from him is his memories of hatred. He has sort of, if we were using like old school psionic rules, he's sort of built a fortress around his heart and his mind, brick by brick, of the hatred he feels towards humans and the death of his family and his original clan. But you are able to then sort of tap into that oldness of the man because he's centuries old, and that is kind of the reflection of history. So you're remembering like historical stuff that he would know, but not his personal details, which he's keeping kind of locked up tight.
Absolutely.
Yep. The song, however, is beautiful. It seems to unsettle and upset the Fomorian with how beautiful it is. But the other Furbolgs in attendance, some of them do weep openly at the melody.
Okay. As he comes out, he would back up, kind of just not wanting to draw any more ire and put away his lute.
You played a beautiful song. It made the words come easy. And coupled with your words and kindness earlier, I've made my decision. We will no longer pursue the path we were following. The Tusks will do what we can to scout and learn of our enemy. I will send with ye something precious to me, that they may aid ye and guide you in what you are to do. And you see a younger Furbolg female kind of step out, and he says, "This is Rafina Duskfade, and she will be joining you. She will represent me as you travel, and her word is as good as mine. I want you to take good care of her, and know that when you speak with her, you speak to me, for I have trained her well."
I will nod and bow.
She bows to you guys in kind.
Could Thalen see like the sort of reaction he has on his face when mentioning her? Like, are they close? Is this his kid or?
Oh yeah, give me an insight.
Okay.
Orion will approach with a handout because he knows his job as cute mascot.
She squeals with delight and squeezes your hand and says, "It is a pleasure to meet you, small one."
Hello, Miss Duskfate, was it?
You can just call me Ray or Rafina.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Ray. My name is Orion.
I am ever so excited to see your world and meet your people.
Thanlin, I mean, your best guess is daughter, adopted daughter, niece. So something that, you know, if she was kidnapped, he would like go full action hero and try to get her back, kind of
He
thing.
would go rampage.
Yeah.
Understood.
And Warklegnaw says,
Also, if you do intend to rout those bastards from Wrath Keep, you might need some muscle.
Oh no.
Oh, the guy looks up like, oh god.
They can be hard to manage, but very powerful, as I'm sure you know, since you murdered a bunch of them.
Only one.
So,
And one of them tried to chew on me. Orion is mean mugging the hell out of this guy.
I don't think she holds a grudge too much.
Not certain we can travel where we go. Bringing her with us, though.
So then you don't need their help.
Well, no, we do. But he turns to his allies. What do you all think? It would complicate the way we get around.
True, but
Once the keep is taken, she will come back to me. She is bound by oaths.
I mean, after this, we could go right back to the keep, take it, send her back. We get, what was his name?
Koth?
No, well, yeah, the other captive.
Oh,
guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we, that's kind of like on the list, but we also have elves to deal with.
We'll have a week till we have to meet with them.
Okay.
I think we should do that next then. That makes the most sense. And we should take advantage of the surprise we caught them by before they can send too much word of the fact that we know that they're there now. Before they can reposition.
Or
I agree.
Defenses.
If we were to leave now and go for the keep, what time of day will we arrive?
gosh,
Okay.
from here, it's already afternoon time. If you went all the way back around and avoided the more dangerous parts of the mountain, it would probably take 8+ hours to get back to the Cape. If you were willing to cut through the mountains, you might be able to do it in 4 or 5.
We could wait till tomorrow, leave early in the morning, and by the time we make it, it should still be enough daylight. Because if we go at night, according to Orion, who told us about it, right?
Yeah, at night there's the goblins and the bugbears, and also
And that'll
Displacer beasts.
yes,
make our assault that much more difficult.
Yeah, plus I want to see this Fomorian fight a giant.
Yeah, same here.
I think with those two clashing, we should probably have the manpower to take the rest of the fort.
I'd say we take an hour after this and we discuss what we want to do.
Yeah.
But we should maybe have this Fomorian stay here while we discuss. But Guy would ask, Warklegnaw, what is it that you mean to do? Head back to your people, gather them, make a camp outside Drellin's Ferry where we can meet you.
He looks thoughtful, and he says,
We will camp north of the western part of Drellin's Ferry, near to the canopy of the trees. Only a few hours outside of the town.
Very
It'll
well.
take me a few days to return to my hideout and explain the situation to my people.
Then in the meantime, may I take back something for Sechirs from you? He would very much like to, I assume, get a token from an old friend. Or you can tell me a story. Something only he would be embarrassed by.
Sure. Tell them that any time I see a frog that makes me laugh.
Very well. Thank you, Warklegnaw. And to say, goodbyes in Sylvan to him.
oh, this giant definitely hears you talking in Sylvan and is making the face of the 13th warrior. Like, I understood what you said, but I'm not going to tell you that I understood what you said. All right. Anyone speak giant? Because Warklegnaw is going to talk to this Fomorian and giant and explain the situation. It looks at Guy, horrified. It looks back at Warklegnaw. Looks back at Guy, horrified again. Looks at Warklegnaw. Sighs deeply. And clutches its mighty great club. And nods.
Yeah, I didn't update my studied adversary. The last one was giants, but I haven't changed it for today.
Alright. Then,
No, the last one was goblins, so no, I wouldn't understand them.
Okay. She raises a hand and points to herself. And in common, she says,
Slackstore! Slackstore!
Guy would nod. Understanding.
okay. She actually keeps quite a distance from Guy. Guy might be contagious. He might have some kind of disease that makes him so pretty. So he goes to stand next to Layla.
Oh my god.
damn.
Oh, it's the most backhanded.
Well, I mean, if you look at the
Neil,
whole party,
Sit.
she's got like the bruises, like yes. But... Wait, did you?
I at least cover up my deformities.
Sit.
Layla, are you yelling at her to sit?
Yes.
What the fuck?
What are you doing?
Are you saying it in common?
Yes.
She just cocks her head at you. But after you say it a few times, she backs away from you as well. It's just kind of stands over here, like this sucks.
Is it possible for Ryan to get Ray to translate that?
Oh, yeah.
Or actually, you know what? Maybe not translate that. How about we don't?
Okay. Rafina says, unless you, that's fair.
We don't want to make them angry.
No, they are very cruel and very evil.
We found out the hard way.
Warklegnaw says that amongst the humans, there is a saying that when one is fighting fire, times you must use fire. In this case, when one is fighting monsters, you must have monsters.
I said the same thing when we met a little bone. It's fine. I'm not worried. It's
Phelan glares at you.
You found a little bone?
It was a bone creature. Terrible thing. Horrifying. The
like a
worst.
skeleton.
Yes.
No.
Kind of.
Warklegnaw is skilled at the reanimation of such bones.
It was a fiddler. It was a fiddler of terrible power that would kill many, many, many people. But alas, I digress. I digress.
I do not know of such a creature, but it sounds fascinating.
I'll tell you all about it.
I will listen.
And Guy Worm is bone fellow me.
Okay. Do you guys go to pick up your ogre friend, or do you leave them to wander the mountains? I guess you have an hour to discuss.
If we have an hour to discuss, Orion and Claw will go.
Or you have you have as much time as you want. The furbolgs are going to pack it up, though.
Yeah. I think we should get them perhaps one last one last jolly jaunt with them before we say goodbye and part ways. Let them be on their way.
Oh, they're hero huddling and everything. They're getting ready to head out. That's how people travel in this world.
Maybe they would stay with the furbolgs outside of town.
I don't think they would want to see traitors.
Probably not.
They meant there was a good point made earlier about that.
Well, his brother is with Warklegnaw's group, so I'm guessing they may want to be together. Maybe.
Oh yeah, we asked
Ultimate
for
rematch of Ultimate Destiny
as they're packing up. We I think we added to the note like a PS bring Sergey. Did we do that?
They didn't need him.
No.
Right. Don't worry about it.
They definitely did not bring Sergey.
Okay.
This is an important mission. They would not bring an ogre that has an average of 6 intelligence to screw up such an important operation.
Okay.
Like, there's workplace inclusion, but then there's also survival. Okay, like there's the ogres couldn't even keep you guys locked up. Like, they're very disappointed with both ogres right now.
They had one job.
All right.
But Orion and Claw will go track down Dobby and Dory.
Okay. You guys see a beautiful mountain bird land over here to rest its weary wings. It's looking around and it's studying your party for a bit. Then a rock hits it and it explodes. It was a very big rock.
What the?
You see Sluxdor pump her fists like, got it.
Nice.
That'll be good for picking people off of ramparts.
So practical.
Wait,
Ryan is going to ignore whatever last words
I was
had.
about to say. Did he hear that?
We were,
Oh, you definitely heard
walking
that.
away. We were walking away.
Is
All right.
it really always on for you?
It's
though?
always on.
Oh man, that sucks.
Once a beast, always a beast.
All right. So what is your guys' plan? I'm gonna say it's probably about 2 in the afternoon by everything gets settled.
We could discuss honestly because we need to know what our next step is after picking up our older friend. If we're still doing that.
To our friends, Storm Wrathkeep, take it back and eliminate the entirety of the scouting party.
Wait, we're being serious?
Of
Well,
course.
yes.
Wait. Hold on. We mean to go to war?
War is being brought upon us. We don't have a choice.
I understand. I want, like, without aid? Like,
We have aid. We have a Fomorian, and we have.
you're right.
Hopefully, if we get those two.
We have a decent...
I mean, they taxidermy the owl bear. I'm pretty sure if Dobby sees that, she's going to be enraged.
Sure. That's fine. I just need to... I'm a guy. And I haven't seen this for... You said that things are terrifying. I just wanted to be a singer.
Guy, look at me. Look into my eyes. Okay?
Right?
We fought a Hydra. Did we not?
That's normal, like, singer stuff. That's like, you go and fight the monster. Oh, we win. We get the bounty. Woo. That's not we're going to war. Sound the drums. Bring the fuck off scary mean lady who wants to turn me into mush.
Well,
I
look.
feel you.
War is being brought down to us. We don't have a choice. So you can either nut up or shut up.
Ugh.
Right now, this very moment, we're the only thing standing in the way between an army of hobgoblins and wherever the fuck crawled out of the Fey Wild. No offense, Jared. No, not Jared. And the rest of the
place is
people
fucked.
of Elsir Vale, okay? No matter where you run, they're coming. They will find you and they will kill you. Not unless we stop them. Otherwise, what will be the point of what we're doing here now?
I'm aware. I'm aware of what I have to do. I mean, I took a terrifying weaponized fire this morning to prepare in case. I was simply hoping this was all a big like way to get around Warklegnaw, and I'm sorry, I'm still putting up with the fact that the Elsir Vale is under attack.
Tell me, guy. When you look at the people of Drellin's Ferry and those around you, what do you think?
I think that these are some people that are in need of some hope. Something to live for.
Are you going to help them?
Yeah. I'll help you guys at the very least. I want to help those people, but it's a lot between the cannibalism at the farm, and it's fine. Let's keep going. Thank you, Drellin, for not punching me in the gut.
And thank you for standing by our side through thick and thin. You're a good man, guy. Despite you not, fully believing in it, you're a good man. I have faith in you. I have faith in the group. I even have faith in that, and he'll look over to the Fomorian. On second thought, never mind.
Yeah, the Fomorian has gone over and has eaten the remains of the bird.
Yeah, you know what? I just have faith in the group. This
Play that one by you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rafina kind of chimes in and says, "I agree. Let us be thick nuts together."
That's, you know what?
I'm gonna love this
We're
girl.
gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have a conversation
This is
about
great.
this later.
I'm writing a story about that.
Please don't.
I'm writing a song called Thick Nut.
Oh my god, please don't.
Jeez.
Number 1 on the Billboard list. Thick Nuts by Guy
Well,
Nut.
Honestly, if Doja Cat did it, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
She could make it work. She could definitely make it work. I have faith that you could do it as well, Guy. So.
Thanks.
Well,
Yeah.
at least the guy to girl ratio is finally leveling out.
Get it, cause guy.
Oh wow.
Wow.
And this is why we bring you along, Guy, to keep us happy.
Oh yes, food, drink, healing, yes.
Well,
And yeah, you are
actually,
right, Layla.
I wanted to say something before we all continue on our way. Guy, thank you for stepping up there.
Oh,
I could not have imagined a better way to place the words that you put.
You are really good with words.
Yeah, I'm not much of a talker. I'm really glad to have you around.
Same here.
And, you know, I feel you, man. Like, I did not want to become a hero when I left Denivar. I just wanted to be a craftsman, and we're all kind of getting dragged into this. And the thing that strikes me is that there's no possibility of a future with a thriving business if there is no Vale. And you need an audience.
I'll never find my family, and there'll be no family to find if I can't save them first. So I'll help you all.
Alright, that's enough jerking each other off. Let's get going.
Oh, Layla, don't be like that.
No, it's okay. Be like that.
And thank you all for backing me up.
Rafina says, "Wait, what are we jerking each other off of?"
You know what, Rafina and Thalen, so I pull to a side. Let me teach you some human concepts real quick.
Oh, I'm delighted to learn more of human culture. I will say that while the words of Guy were quite beautiful, words are not what got through to Warklegnaw. It was the gift of those claws.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, Barnabas.
Yep.
He has long since learned to distrust honeyed words. But the act of kindness from one so small and, well, these are his words. Well, you know what? We don't need to worry about what he said. But he was very impressed, very moved. You have my thanks as well, for when he looked upon them, was one of the only times I have ever seen him smile.
Really know how to talk to people, but I have a good sense for gift giving and what makes people happy.
Just
An important lesson, for sure. For not all will be swayed by words. Some cultures seek only action.
Just to ask, Rafina, you're quite familiar with Warklegnaw. Are you like his daughter?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose. Warklegnaw found me, and many others, when our very small clan had been wiped out. We were wandering the Witchwood for many days, looking for aid and finding none. The many predators of the Witchwood were picking us off one by one. But eventually he found us, took us into his care, and taught us many of the forgotten arts that our people have lost, and many new ones we had never seen.
He may have closed off or tried to close off his heart, but deep down, I think he's a good man.
You must be careful if you journey to the Witchwood, for there are horrors and creatures there that would make your blood
Boil.
Boil.
Or run cold.
Cold, yes, that is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Not that they would actually cause cold effects with their abilities, but to say that it would freeze because your heart would stop. That's what I'm trying to say.
Fear will grip you. The creatures are unlike anything you'll ever encounter.
Yes. And she does look haunted, as if she's back in some PTSD, remembering the attack on her small village, etc., etc.
Orion will grab her hand just to keep her okay.
She is about 6'6", so
jeez.
so you definitely tippy toes, grabbing fingertips.
Yep.
Okay.
You got 6 more inches on Thalen, I think. Oh, yeah.
She's pretty small for a Furbolg. Or Fearbulk. But...
if she remembers, Guy will ask her, to instead of focusing on the terrifying situation of her entire people dying, to reminisce if she remembers anything of her people, and if so, if she could tell Guy about them, because read their story.
Sure. And she starts to tell you some of the more basic information about Firbolgs. So, which, I mean, if you did a deep dive into it, like Jordan or Mighty Gluestick or whatever, you'd be appalled at the number of revisions they've made to this poor species. It feels like every age of magic they could completely rewrite the Firbolgs.
Yeah.
But second or third, they were actually giants, but then they became cow people more recently.
In 5e, they were reimagined as very fey, very fey giants, and they kind of have like the whole like deer-esque sort of properties to them, and all that has been kind of a evolution that they've kind of been heading towards. So, you're saying?
Oh no, I think CR. I think fucking Talison's character, I think, kind of puts a bra on the whole deer cow look.
Agreed. They had more of this kind of look to them.
Yeah.
When they first imagined them in 5e, but there's definitely been sort of a shift to have more and more kind of like deer-like properties to them. I think that's kind of nice because it kind of gives them a little bit more identity and flavor. Old school Firbolgs were literally just angry redheaded Scotsmen who they were always angry and always wanted to fight, and they lived in the forest. And they just wanted to wrestle and kick some ass. And they were actually playable in second edition, I believe, because they kind of qualified as like a half giant, basically. Anyways, I never actually saw one in play or even used one. And I think they kept that sort of redhead Scotsman giant thing all the way up until 5e. We're using the 5th Age of Magic ones, one, because I like the aesthetics, and two, because this is a Fey-centric campaign, and the 5th edition ones are very Fey in their whole narrative and stuff. So, all right. That definitely helps get her mind off of her troubles, and she seems very at ease. She seems, Guy, like a very bright and curious person. But she also has a sort of pragmatism to her that reminds you a bit of Layla and Barnabas. Like, if she was asked some moral quandaries, she would definitely pick some very neutral, maybe even lawful neutral or lawful evil options from the list. Like, despite being, a good ally, it's questionable where her morals fall as far as human standards within Elsir Vale.
If your lover and the side piece were trapped under a car.
Right. I think that particular moral quandary is less about alignment and more just about a person's ability to either feel forgiveness or give into rage and insecurity and frustration. I think that's part of why it's a really good question, because it's very, I think that particular one this morning was way outside of the 9 alignments. It was really just a personal crisis. Like, what would you do? Though, because even a good person would be like, I want to save them. It's like, cool, but you still have to pick one to save. But then an evil person might just, not save them, or save one and then leverage the fact that they saved them against them for forever, right? Like, cash in on that guilt, basically. Anyways, Curse of Strahd Prep has made me re-interested in the 9 alignments, because they handle it, in my opinion, in that pretty well, and it's made me kind of reconsider the 9 alignments in a much more casual way. So I've been kind of like exploring that a bit more. All right, so here, where alignment is second to whose side you're on, you have these allies. You know that you have 2 other potential allies north of your location. There is a keep full of bad guys that have another potential ally, and more importantly, they're bad guys that are using that headquarters as a staging ground for scouting, reconnaissance, and possibly even attacks against the area. There are attacks because they captured those elves and they captured Minette and Gerard. So, what do you guys want to do? Where are you headed? What next?
So
Thank
we have a
God.
meeting with the elves in a week, right? Or is that
Mhm.
a week? So
Do you want to go back to the main dashboard so you can see the map and everything?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We do. I also don't want to ruin our relationship with Minette if we delay getting her partner back any longer.
Yeah, so we would
Yeah.
like sleep here, or go get Morgandabi, sleep, then do the keep.
It's fine with me. The longer we wait to deal with them, the more time they have to inform the larger force too that we are onto them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, is there any reason that we couldn't just go get Morgandabi and then go in? I mean,
Because
other
it
than
will.
daylight.
By the time
would
we
take-
get there,
Yeah.
it'll be nighttime, and that's
Yeah.
very bad for us.
It's at least an 8-hour trek.
Do what are they called? Hold on, manticores. Do manticores see in the dark? Yeah, they hunt at night.
I
This
think,
one flew around during the
I
day.
think I remember Crash saying it was kind of like a full half and half situation.
They have dark vision. They are active between 10 and 2 during the day and 10 and 2 at night as their preferred times to be awake.
Yeah.
You have to deal with that thing.
So-
And also, there's the slight potential of a small dragon coming back, maybe.
Yeah, we don't have much information
What?
on that thing.
Wait, was there a dragon at that keep? I thought it was just
Yeah.
Manticore.
There's a mentioned dragon.
Minette had told us that a dragon did visit the keep at one point. But that was about all that she was able to gather. So we
Perhaps a higher up lieutenant in the Red Hand organization.
Who might show
If it's
up
coming
if
and
the keep,
going.
if the Hydra, they found out the Hydra's dead and the keep got like raided, kind of like, you know, we just gotta be careful.
Defenses, yeah, their defenses will be raised, and they will be expecting trouble.
And
At
who
which
would-
point, we're kind of screwed if we go frontal assault.
And just I hope not, but like it stands to reason that their quick response unit would be a dragon. Like if anyone's gonna get there quickly, hopefully
Did
they
the
have bigger
keep
fish to fry.
look big enough to house a dragon?
Minette.
This dragon was described as being the size of a very big warhorse.
Yeah, slightly bigger than Claude.
Oh my god.
We could take it.
I think it's manageable. I don't know. Do we know what color
It is
it is?
green. She said it was green like vegetables.
Mm,
Perfect.
So
we do.
As a low level adventurer, I would never qualify a green dragon as a perfect anything. But
As long- as
I
long as
admire
it's-
the courage. I admire the courage and the enthusiasm, like 100%.
I'm just glad that it's not fire resistant.
Okay.
But yeah,
True.
You,
You have fire. Yeah, you have fireball now. That's
you
true.
do bring up a point. Just like the Manticore, that thing, it has wings, so it would be the quickest thing to get to the keep if they find out that it's under attack.
yes, but how will they send a message? That's what
True.
they
True.
can't feasibly send a message as the attack is happening, because it's a dragon. Who knows where it's at, and who knows if they'll have time to reach it beforehand. There's
We'll
also
have to be fast.
Yeah.
yes, there's also the consideration that if we assault during daytime, it'll be heavily fortified, because they'll be expecting us at day. If we go at night, we'll have to contend with the fact that goblins and bugbears will be stealthing amongst the walls, and they can alert them of our whereabouts if we aren't stealthy enough.
And two of us can't see in the dark. And he looks
Yeah.
at the inland. himself.
Actually, also high. Yeah.
Oh, and right.
Oh, I thought you could. Damn it.
I lost that when I
Yeah,
died.
he used to.
Oh, that's right.
We do know of the cliff face that the elves dove off of. We could use that as an ascension point. Use that to enter up the side of the tower through that side window.
Claude
Well,
gives a disappointed growl.
Yes,
we
we
have to
also
climb
have
300
our
feet.
we also have our giant friend and Formian friend to also consider.
Right.
I mean, at least they can climb much better.
Yes, but they might
don't know.
not be quiet enough to make
that's
the.
an
Yeah,
issue.
plus we're gonna have
I
Word
don't
and
know.
Dobby.
I remember that Fomorian that was trying to climb up that one cliff 7,000 times.
Yeah.
I don't trust the Fomorians anymore.
Well, that's because they were hexed and poisoned.
That's true. That's true.
What was it? Sardonic had no trouble. Sardonic, with no encumberments, just hopped right up there and beat the shit out of us.
Yeah. But yeah, it is going to be difficult if we do include Dobby in this as well, because both her and Claude will have trouble trying to get up there.
And what I'm about to suggest may be a bit it may not be up to standard as how I would consider it, but we could do a full frontal assault using the Fomorian and Dobby to cause a distraction while we stealth from behind to take out the leader of the keep. Normally,
yeah,
I'm
bad
not
tactic.
one. Normally, I'm not one to suggest this because I hate sacrificing our comrades like that. But we are in a tough spot if we wish to take the keep.
Well, we don't have to ask them to sacrifice themselves. We could have them make an initial attack and then retreat, pulling enemies outwards, and then we could approach from the north, if I'm not mistaken. The north was a side that we didn't really try, that had better cover, and we didn't have to scale. We didn't have to scale 300-foot mountain. That's the big thing here, and we still need to account for Claude, who does have trouble going into the buildings.
No, that's what I'm referring to. They can be a distraction, but they may or may not go down during the fight.
I think they'll know what they're signing up for if we make it clear to them. And we all know what we're getting into. It's always a risk.
Yes.
Well, from what Ray has explained, Sluxdor is oath-bound as a fey creature to fulfill whatever is tasked of her by Warklegnaw. So, and he has tasked her to obey Rafina.
Rafina, you were raised by someone who's a man planning to fortify and prepare for defenses, wartime. What do you think? Do you have any experience or advice?
Yes. I think that the best approach would be to throw them into disarray. Under the fog of confusion, we would have an advantage, for we would know what is happening, and they would not.
Well, we definitely did that when we were leaving. Looking at Layla and Barnabas, the spells you guys kind of threw out made things pretty difficult for them to come after us. Maybe we can use that as we approach in.
That was a one-time thing for me. That was that scroll that we found in the Rum Gremlin lair.
Oh.
I could learn it, but Crash, correct me if I'm wrong, the time that it takes for me to prepare spells is also the time that I use crafting.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't really do a lot of preparing.
What was this spell?
Umegs would also sound off, unless he's told not to, that, well, if these hobgoblins are as regimented as you're all saying, then I agree with this Ray lady. You throw enough confusion in there. They can't possibly have a contingency plan for everything. But if you approach from the front, I think you're just signing your own death warrant.
Yeah, they're probably ready for that. We need to come at them from all sides.
What if we head back to town, give Barnabas some time to prepare some more explosives, set a few of those charges stealthily, and then load them all at once, send in an Alba at one direction, an Ogre at the other, Fomorian at the other, and then we come in.
I don't think we necessarily even need to go back to town for that. I could make one on the go, and I think, Guy, correct me if I'm wrong, but you could produce one as well.
Of course.
Oh.
Yeah, so there's two right there.
I don't know if we have
I'm
time
also
to go
living
back to town to do that, but those walls were pretty crumbly.
Some of them. main walls were as thick as a person is tall, as I recall.
Well, their giant was able to push one wall down with ease, so...
Yeah. I'm about to say, though, nothing there was as thick as Callahan.
Whole lot of woman.
my god. Yup.
I didn't tell you all this, I don't think, but I did get some training. Well, training, you know me. From Sir Tyrion on the third tier of magic. I can just blow up walls and sides. I can throw like explosives if you'd like, but I can always prepare a bomb as I did before. I can do both. And I was actually going to ask Layla if you wanted to teach me, if you will, another spell later tonight. If we're good.
Insight.
Really?
No.
I've got a great idea.
Oh.
And between the two of us, we could probably cover the entire keep in a way that would make them crawl at a snail's pace at best. Make them immobile.
Well, I hope I can learn. I think I should be able to. Yeah, teach me later. This one isn't going to nut punch me, is it?
That depends on the vines. I don't know how they'll feel.
I have a simple thought of how we could add a distraction. Layla, if you could get like Pious Raven to drop some of my magical tinkering sound rocks around their base, it could create distractions within their midst.
Sure. I can do that.
All right, you guys are also really smart as a whole. You have probably more intelligence than most 5th edition groups have that didn't that didn't use heroic array or have really good lucky rolls. So I will provide for you a very shitty blueprint that you guys were able to sort of piece together while you were there.
Oh yeah, we got keen mind.
All that shade.
I haven't pulled it out in like 15 sessions. I'm just going to keen mind the entire layout that I saw.
Yeah. There was also like the back area that Orion saw, and he definitely would have told you about it. As well as a door that was leading into the tower that was over the cliff, but didn't really see anything there.
So I'm gonna put the doors in green. And then I think that's pretty much all you got. Oh, I guess windows. I'll put the windows in blue.
Wait, Orion, can you resummon Claw whenever you want? I forgot how. How does it work?
I mean, last time it was when Claude died. I was able to hear him like he was sleeping, and I kind of locked into that, but it drained me a little bit trying to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry then. I thought you could dismiss him and summon him like whenever.
No,
I don't want Claw
like
dying.
not like how Layla is able to kind of work with some of the animals, but no.
And unfortunately, none of mine are quite to the stature of Claude.
Would it be possible for you to also sort of have a, I don't know, owl or avian creature just drop one of the bombs as it's about to explode down onto the keep, like an aerial bomb it?
I guess it'd be the size of what bomb we're using. I'm trying to remember. Back on the farm, those things were like the size of a barrel, right?
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to be actually carried by your thing, but you could probably work something like that out.
Something that's slightly smaller.
Yeah, that just Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Here, the blue dots on this, and I guess I'll
What we're looking at?
I'll put it in Discord. Actually, probably if I put it here, you'll be able to draw on it. Let's see. Anyways, I'll put it in chat and then I'll put it in Discord. Here is your rudimentary recollection of this. The blue dots are the windows. They're on the second floor.
That's actually a good map.
So that's what you guys remember. If you pooled all of your information together, that is what you remember seeing.
Yeah. Orion didn't get a good look at the very north end of it, but definitely like everything that looks like Koth and the kitchen, he definitely would have been able to tell you guys about.
So we know where Koth, his room is at the very least.
Yeah, it's
correct?
like the middle back one that has that door.
And we also are aware of where the Chimera sleeps.
The Manticore.
Manticore is the
Manticore,
bottom
my
end.
bad.
Is the middle box towards the bottom.
There's also still a lot more money in that room.
Oh my god.
He's not wrong.
Also, maybe we heard the sound of the wargs barking from the north, I believe it was?
Yeah. Orion would have said that he heard some sort of wolves towards the north, but he has no idea what that building contains.
Oh my god, you heard the word dialogue. I love that.
So, with all the information we have now...
yeah, I was actually going to bring that up. Technically, I can hear the wargs, because they're listed as a companion in the Beast Heart Guide.
Well, the wargs also speak.
Oh, yeah, I guess they were also... I thought they were also only speaking Goblin.
Oh, they were, but that's why you couldn't hear them, because they weren't speaking beast speech, they were speaking in Goblin.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Pretty presumptuous to assume that every animal speaks beast speech.
No, I'm not saying
it's like assuming everyone speaks. You feel like everyone speaks common? I don't know. I mean,
I'm not saying every creature is speaking beast speech. There's just a select
I've
few.
just said you might want to be a little bit more respectful of the warg's cultural values. That's all I'm saying. So,
I mean, we're about to face their cultural values.
We're about to assault a keep, man. Oh, man.
So, I just remember one thing. I pull Thanlin aside, and I say, hey, Thanlin, how are you doing? I am so sorry about your loss of Donkey.
Alright, are you guys able to see on this map?
Nope. Black.
I don't have a token vision.
Alright, hold on. Token vision off.
Alright.
Now can you see?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, so now you can put minis down, you can draw on it. You guys have access to this all the time now. Yeah.
I tell Barnabas, yes, Donkey was a heavy loss. But I'm sure he's in a better place.
Well, he's actually in this jar, and I hand him a
Oh my
jar.
god.
What the fuck?
I scoop some up because I just thought maybe someday we'll find someone who could bring him back. Maybe you don't have to lose him forever.
There you go. That's more to scale.
Oh my god, he's so... Thank you, Barnabas. This... I don't know how to feel about this.
Just like meat in an eyeball and fur patches in a jar.
You know
That's a wonderful place for us to stop for the week.
You know what? Just hold on to this, man. Just hold on to this.
I gave
Alright.
2 gifts tonight, and only one was good.
Yeah. So you guys have many new allies. You have a whole week to prepare what you will do next. I think you did a fantastic job with Warklegnaw. Per the adventure, spoiler, the only thing that could sway Warklenaw's heart is the recovery of his gauntlets. But since you made him new gauntlets, that's even better to him. So there, I guess it's a bit of a spoiler that his magical gauntlets are a drop in this campaign. But yeah. So when you said you were making it, I was like, God damn, okay. Good instincts there.
Best 5 gold I ever spent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome job.
Yeah. Otherwise, his hatred was too strong. No amount of... It's one of those perfect examples where people are like, I can't believe it. I let my players roll for this thing, and they got a net at 20, and it ruined my campaign. It's like, yeah, okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything happens. Like, even if you let people roll for something, It's a DC 50, like the end.
Yeah, I noticed you didn't
yeah.
even need me to roll.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
need, you know.
Yeah.
Do we have BT members, Crash?
You currently have Sasha as a BT member. In order to get the others as BT members, they're gonna need to be with you guys a little bit longer. I think that's right. Let me check.
Don't worry, I won't let Umeg.
I thought it was when we hit 5, but I don't recall. I don't know if I'm recalling correctly.
Oh, yeah, you guys hit 5, so you should have this stuff. Oh, did I not share that last time? we
No,
played?
no, that's why I wanted to ask.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. B team. Oh shit. Okay, thank you for reminding me then. Yeah, I have written down, but I don't have it in a format for you guys. Red Hand of Doom, our B team. Here we go. Currently, you have Thanlin Vanderbilt, which he is only a B team member one Saturday a month, I guess. And then you have Sasha. Those are the only 2 I have in this document.
All right, because now we got like Umegs, we got Ray, we got this fucking Fomorian now.
So here's the thing: the Fomorian is gonna have its own initiative and its own action economy. It's doing its own thing. Ray is a B team member though. She basically, if you would sign her, she is joining as a B team member right off the bat.
Dope.
I think that would be a good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a in combat, like in initiative beat stick and a B team member. I'll take that.
Yeah. But Rafina does have to return the giant once the attack on Wrathkeep is finished, assuming the giant lives. So yeah, I will get you guys her abilities, Sasha's abilities, and I don't know if anyone else has been unlocked. In order to get Minette, she and Gerard are a pair. So
And
if
we
you're
got to
familiar
make.
with if you're familiar with other games, it's sort of like a Chandras and Zamrock situation. Like they're always together, sort of thing. And they can't.
And whatever just gonna do their own thing, too.
Who? What? Hello?
Owlbear and.
Oh yeah. So they well, honestly, if you guys go north to recruit them, they will join as your BT members.
Yeah, that's where Ryan went while we were talking.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then I will make sure to have their thing. But yeah, they do count as a pair, the 2 of them.
Cool.
Okay.
So we got 2 pairs. We got Sasha, and then I guess we got to get Umegs to like us more before we can.
Well, the problem with
he's also like an actual mechanic
Umeg,
for Thanlin.
Umeg is a class mechanic right now. So
yeah, that's right.
Thanlin will have to find someone else to take that spot.
That's a class mechanic.
Acquire people. That's great.
Yeah.
I was look. I assume I get a guard. I didn't think I'd get.
Like how heartless though. Like you just take a random guard from town knowing that he's gonna die for you.
Listen here. You said they weren't trained.
That doesn't change anything. I mean, there's lots of people in the world that are very dumb. I don't want them all to die.
Look, commanders have to make hard decisions all the time. Okay.
All right.
Oof.
And
Orion,
Thanlin.
Orion, do you have any way of getting Jor to meet us there? I guess he's at Drellin's Ferry, but he might have dipped by now.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, I mean, it'd be better because Layla, you're the one who used Animal Messenger, right?
Correct, and I could do so again.
Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do that, since we don't have sending or anything like that yet.
So we've got a week to think about that. So maybe get Jor, think about who else we want to get, if anything, and then we're headed to the.
Jocelyn would be great, but I don't think we're gonna get Jocelyn.
I don't know. Yeah, right. I don't think we're gonna get her until we agree to go get that tree.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I will leave you guys to this discussion because I got some other stuff going on today. But remember, it is every Saturday from now on. We will be playing this every Saturday from now on. I am so happy because I have such bad time displacement, out of sight, out of mind issues that 2 weeks between games, I have to kind of remember what the hell the game is, who you guys are, what's happening. So I'm very excited about just playing this every Saturday until it is complete.
It's like waking up from a coma each time. What year is it? Who's the president?
Yeah, kind of feels like it. All right, so I'm going to go. You guys are welcome to stay and chat, hang out, and plot and plan. If you need anything, at me so that I can answer it, like the B team stuff, and I'll try to get the information turned over to you as quickly as possible. All right, later.
Thanks, Crash.
Thank you, everyone.